and welcome to Big Dad Industries. I'm Ben, Big Dad, and tonight we're going to be playing Vampire the Masquerade, run by the wonderful House Tremere. Would you like to tell us a bit about what's going on tonight?
I would. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you all for joining. I'm House Tremere, and I'm going to run a game of Vampire the Masquerade V5 titled Ask Not For Whom. This will be an interesting tale of Camarilla politics and the kindred who are forced to navigate it. Maybe they'd rather stay at home. They don't always have a choice. And I would like to now ask our players to introduce themselves and their characters who will be joining us this evening.
Well, hello. I'm Tyler. You may also know me as Clan Gargoyle, the arch nemesis of House Tremere on Twitter, or Tyler Rose RPG. And tonight I'm going to be playing Kestrel Howland, the Toreador, who is a art appraiser and an artsy fartsy fuck, and just wonderful in all possible ways. He has done no wrong. He is beautiful.
Hi, I'm Luke. I'm a Luddite. I have no socials to give out. Sorry about that. I'm playing someone named Tom Collins, but he will be better known as Mad Dog to everyone in the in town. And he is a kind of misanthropic gangrel. Camarilla is still showing allegiance to the Camarilla and a bounty hunter slash bodyguard for the prince.
Your name is Tom Collins?
That's why he doesn't like his name, and that's why he likes Mad Dog.
Oh my god!
Look, we're all kindred here. We can pick our own names.
Okay. I am playing Owen, a La Sombra who proved his worth on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Um, he's the brains behind the party, he says.
All right. With our characters in mind, I'd like to first say there should be a warning. This game may include scenes of violence, physical or social abuse, and manipulation, people losing control of their minds or their sanity, as well as the general evil that vampires do. Our characters are not heroes, they are at best gray. And maybe worse, we'll see. With that said, we begin in New York City on the night of March 18th, 2022. It's a surprisingly cold evening for a March night. Not that you feel cold so much, but each of you wake up in your various havens. Each of you sleep independently of each other, perhaps concerned someone will find you all at once, or perhaps just out of habit. Each of you please make one rouse check to see if the beast is satisfied or wants more.
My beast is extremely satisfied right now.
Must be nice. I rolled a 2.
I failed my roll.
So, Kestrel, you rise in your Upper East Side haven, surrounded by your beautiful art, and the beast does not stir this evening. Mad Dog and Owen, the beast hungers, it yearns for blood. You've known this feeling for your entire lives. You control it to some degree. This is an evening, though, where you're going to want to meet up with each other. You've got a decision of where to go, one of two places. And when you get to your prearranged meeting spot, you remark on how strange it is that this event has come to pass and the weirdness of this moment. And we're going to flash back to 18 days earlier. Sorry for anyone who hates that trope. March 1st, it is Elysium. You're on the 66th floor of the New Yorker Hotel. The windows show you a full, bright moon shining in the night sky. no clouds in sight. This is an unusual Elysium. The prince had one 7 days ago, as was normal. This was called a little bit in a rush, and no one's sure why. The timing was different. It was normally 11 p.m. that people get there. It starts. Specifically, midnight. The prince will speak, everyone was told. You're all there. It's 11:55. People are all very confused, but there's a good crowd. It's all IPs and VIPs. 11:59, the prince walks in. There's a subtle drum beat. There's no drummer, but the prince has this sound. It's a little bit ominous. They take their seat in the center of the court. It's set up kind of classic style. The prince in the middle and the advisors on the wing. There is a pair of ghouls who roll out a very large brick wall, which always goes up behind the prince when they speak. Prince Helen looks as refined as ever. She steps forward. Good evening, fellow kindred. My apologies for interrupting any prior business you may have had this evening. The affair that brings us here tonight is a troubling one. She pauses. I am leaving this city, and it pains me. But I can't deny it anymore. I feel a yearning for Persia, and I must go. There are some who would call this the beckoning, and I cannot stay in the city longer. However, I love this city. It's been home to me for decades now and decades in the past. I want to see it thrive. I want to see it survive. And I cannot allow chaos, anarchs, or God knows the Sabbat would love to take the city back. So, in order to ensure a smooth and orderly transition, I've done something that advisors said I shouldn't do. Well, I'm about to. I will hold an election for Prince. In 1 month's time, on March 31st, I will hold another Elysium. I will speak privately with every kindred of good standing who has residence in this city. And then the winner shall be the next prince. There are deals and accords and other players that the Prince of New York must deal with. It is not something you can simply take by force. It would fail. So I hope that this election will serve us all well. Murmurs throughout the crowd. If you're standing next to anyone and you want to mutter something, by all means.
Election.
An election. An election. An election.
Is she out of her goddamn mind? Becking's really getting to her these nights.
I don't understand this.
So all of you, by the way, your character sheets should be modified. Your status with the Camarilla is now 2, and your Maula with the Prince is now 2, because they are not as powerful as they were on March or February 28th. The Prince says, they continue after the murmurs die down. The residency requirement shall terminate March 15th. Any kindred here past that day will not be here long enough to cast a vote. You may certainly still move here, but we can't have someone showing up the night of. Additionally, of course, folks should put their names in the hat. Who would like to? And before she can finish that sentence, Archibald Robertson the 15th the Ventru Seneschal and child of the prince, steps out of his chair. Sire, I don't want to see you go, but I would be happy to protect that which you care about.
Hmm.
She is not exactly dismissive of him, but sort of, yes, Archibald, I know you would. Anyone else present who thinks that they would like to be prince? Helen looks around. The Nosferatu primogen steps forward. Tony Blockhead. His head is kind of blockish. It's the Nosferatu monstrosity element. And his real name is Max. But Tony steps forward. Prince, as the primogen of Clan Nosferatu, we control the subways. The subways control this city. I think it's only fair that a Nosferatu be prince. I put my name in the ring. Prince Helen steps down from where she is, because the primogen is in the audience. And she says, you advised me against this. You've always been a good advisor, and I welcomed your advice even if I didn't heed it. But you must heed this. You cannot run for prince. No kindred may do so unless their clan has either fortitude or dominate. Step back. And the primogen, eyes go hazy, the way that you have seen mortals react to being forced to do something through dominate. And the primogen steps back. There's a murmur amongst the crowd again.
Hmm. Well, shouldn't have stepped
Fortitude.
out. Couldn't have done it. You know, if you're strong enough, you wouldn't have stepped back. You know, that's what I'm saying.
Fortitude and dominate. Sounds like she only wants Venture to take it.
Fortitude, dominant. Hey, I have dominant.
Oh,
There is a small patch of Tremere kindred you can tell from their distinctive style. And the regent steps forward.
Oh God.
Prince, I am confident that I could do very well as the leader of a city as illustrious as New York. Though Tremere might be low clan compared to the Ventru, give us a chance. You'll be surprised at how effective we are. The prince nods. You do have dominate, Regent. And you do have fortitude. Your clan might not, but you do. The Regent smirks. Yeah, I do. Very well. You may nominate yourself. Ventru and Tremere, eh? Any others? The room is silent. Then there is one more piece of business I must discuss with everyone. Well, perhaps you should say it yourself. Prince Helen looks over to the Bruges sheriff, Lucy. I don't want the prince to get hurt. I'm going with her. I'll be back, though. I am not giving up my position as sheriff. However, the prince does think that a temporary sheriff should be decided on. And similarly, there will be an election. Step forward if you would like to be sheriff. Tony Blockhead nudges one of his Nosferatu pals. who steps forward. If we cannot be prince, Clan Nosferatu should have a seat on the council. We should be sheriff. Prince, the Nosferatu could do a good job there. I see no reason to object. Anyone else?
I'll step forward.
Mad Dog. What do you say? Or do you just step forward and let that speak?
Um, I will say I don't have any allegiance to any clan. All I'll care about in this job is justice. And I'll try to look everyone in the eye in like the power circle, give them all looks right into the eye.
Kestrel just meets the eye and raises an eyebrow, like, "What are you doing?"
Gonna be sheriff.
He's gonna be insufferable if he wins.
Oh, absolutely. As if he wasn't already.
There's a small murmur. Mad Dog. I suppose if we had a Bruja, why not have a Gangrel next time? Two non-traditional Camarilla clans, but show the loyalty and strength of our ideas. I will not prohibit you from running. Let no one take these words as an endorsement. I am not denying, not endorsing.
I'll win everyone's vote, and I'll step back into my spot in the crowd.
Very well. If no one, and then one of the Lasombra pushes forward. I'm sorry, not the Lasombra. This Lasombra is on the court. Julia Jones, in her black leather jacket, dark blue jeans, and combat boots. She is the herald, and she steps forward and says, "You know, I'm pretty good at finding things out about people. I think I should be able to be in a position where I do something with all that information." I think I'm just as talented as these other candidates are. Why shouldn't I throw my ring in the hat? The prince looks at you. Well, who would be herald? I will not say you cannot. I was hoping for stability in the court. Too much shifting could be problematic, but it is the will of the city. Please share this information with other kindred you know. If they do not show up on the 31st, there shall be no second vote. That, I believe, is what I needed to say to everyone tonight. The keeper, and she turns her head to Franklin, the Malkavian keeper of Elysium, has said we should be out of here in 15 minutes or less. If you wish to stay, it's your head. And you have 15 minutes if you would like to have one conversation with any person or group that would be there at Elysium. It is the main Camarilla clans. A note for people at home, I told the folks playing, but the Banu Hakim, though they're in the Camarilla, they're just not in the city, and no one's sure why. They have domain, but they're all gone. And so there are 6 Camarilla clans in attendance here. And each of you can have one side conversation if you like.
I don't know if I want to talk to the Nosferatu guy running for sheriff or the Sombra guy. I think I want to go to the Nosferatu and just kind of say very quickly, do you want to fight this out? I think that's the fairest way to do it. We just fight out. Whoever's left conscious, they're the sheriff. Bing, bang, boom. We do it in one night. Or we could snipe at each other for weeks and, drag each other through the mud. Or we could just wail on each other one time.
So you're going up to the sheriff candidate from the Nosferatu. His name is Grover,
Grover.
and you go up and you say this to him, Grover. You know, I don't know if you have seen this television show that they have on the airways now, or a few years ago, Game of Thrones. You don't have the men. You don't have the horses. You might beat me in a one-on-one fight, but my clan will rally behind me more than your clan, Gangrel.
Okay. Politics it is.
Furthermore, maybe you don't know this. Maybe you do. I used to be sheriff back in '02.
I didn't know that.
Wasn't for a long time, but they needed someone in a pinch. So I could have 2 non-consecutive terms as sheriff. I think that's worth having, says Grover.
It's good to know that you've had the job though, and been so incompetent that you lost it already. So I know what I'm up against.
I need to see if they take any willpower damage from that.
Just as a reminder, this is a fairly lithe but tall, beautiful man saying this to this Nosferatu.
He survives the social assault there. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Hey, I just want you to remember, I did offer you the fight, and all things being equal, I think you had a shot. I'll turn around, leave my back completely open.
Okay.
What?
He's not about to throw a punch in Elysium when he's trying to get kindred support. Who would, if anyone else has someone they'd like to speak with?
I'll as I pass by these two exchanging words, I kind of gently pat Mad Dog on the shoulder and be like, there, Mad Dog. No fighting in Elysium, sweetheart. And then continue walking on by and heading over to Julia, the other sheriff candidate.
Mhm.
Kind of smile at her and extend a hand. Say politely to her, I just want you to know that even though my coterie mate is also running against you, I deeply respect your stepping up to take it. I think you are more than capable. You've served well as Herald.
I thank you for that. A little bit of flattery couldn't hurt you. You think you could talk him out of it, though? I haven't hurt him.
Kestrel kind of laughs and like runs a hand back through his hair and it's just like, not a chance. You know how he is when he gets started on things. He's like a dog with a bone.
Yeah, but what about when that bone's turned to ash and everything he cares about is destroyed at the hands of darkness? I mean, who knows if that'll happen?
Who knows? Such
She
a light, friendly conversation we're having tonight.
takes out paper and pen from her jacket and starts scribbling a note and then puts it back.
I think that you really do have a shot, though.
Look, we can both agree we don't want the Nosferatu to happen, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Maybe we can pull a enemy of enemy thing.
I agree. I can see it.
Let's talk later in the month. I'll be in touch.
Absolutely. I look forward to it.
She turns to the Tremere regent, Jacob, and they start having a quiet conversation. Ben, is there someone that Owen would like to speak with?
I was going to talk to Julia, because same clan and all. But I think he would have heard when it all burns down and turns to ash, he was just kind of backed away, behind her, just and then just walked into the first person. Started talking to the first person he saw.
First person you saw. Okay.
To act casually.
All right. You bump into Greg, who is the child of Archibald. therefore the grandchild of the prince. And Greg is like, "Oh, Owen, hey, surely you agree as a fellow ruling clan that the Ventrue should rule, right?"
I mean, what kind of Lasombra would I be if I were to admit that?
The kind who has friends with the next prince.
Tempting. Tempting.
We don't need to work out the details right now, but that was pretty exciting. And do you
Incredibly.
think that is actually going to come back? Because I don't know. I don't buy it.
I mean, I'm just confused. Why would she come back so soon afterwards?
Well, if she's not feeling a pull there, maybe she wants to go somewhere else. Maybe she's not going to come back here, but she's going to actually disappear to, I don't know, some mountaintop, some deep crevice in the sea. I don't know. I'm too young to feel this. What they call it? Beckoning?
I believe that's the term.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything to me. But if it creates some openings, well, hey,
More room for us, right?
exactly. And look, if my sire becomes the prince, there's going to need to be a new seneschal, and we've already established that the prince and the seneschal can be sire and child, so
Things are looking good. Yeah.
And hey, are you on the crypto market? If not, let me send you a link. We can both get a little bit.
All right.
All right, yeah. Let me get your deets.
All right.
And he takes down contact info to send you a link so you can sign up on some E-Trade website and get 0.00005 Bitcoin, which is still like $50.
Or 2,000 Doge.
Doge.
So,
$50 and
Roger,
shrinking every
Elon
day.
pumped and dumped the market. No way.
So this is the flashback scene. That was March 1st. And March 15th was the cutoff for residency. So all the various clans were getting people in if they cared about this and wanted to have people vote. So the population of the city swelled a little bit. The prince actually had to take care of a few loose ends because the prince had long-term plans, things that were 3-5 years. Now they can't do those. So they handed them off to you and had you do some of that stuff. There was a group of anarchs who came back. They were Camarilla, they fled, they came back, they were accepted. There was a smaller group that was not accepted. 2 of them presented themselves and were given final death. The third one presented and final death was attempted, but they actually escaped. As a coterie, you were sent to get them. You succeeded. The told you you could do diablerie if you wanted to. The dangerous time ahead. As the prince, I am granting this right. Unfortunately, the clan of this kindred is not something that you know, nor generation. And so, one of you can decide to do that, or we can move right past it. You left him out for the sun.
I'm down to fuck with some diablerie. I have no qualms with this shit.
I, for one, welcome our new coterie member, the new owner of
Kestrel's body.
Turns out you were actually playing. Okay, so if you're going to do this diablerie, what I need from you is a roll.
Let me get at my handy dandy diablerie flowchart that I have.
Wait, do you really?
Yeah, from the book that Ian wrote.
So, right, I may modify the rules a little bit. So you're not going to lose the humanity until later, because that will be part of your roll. So blood potency plus your current humanity is the dice roll that I need to see how much and what you're getting.
Blood potency plus current humanity. All right. The any hunger dice in there? Or
Yeah, dice or not.
Okay.
here.
All right.
Place your bets, viewers.
Last time I tried this, it went badly. Very, very, very badly.
Last time I tried this, it went great.
All right. Let's see how this goes. Or I could just do it in the thing in there. So let me count how many dice I have. Okay. 8 dice. 8, 0. It's 4 successes.
4 successes. Okay. You now lose that point of humanity.
God, I'm at humanity 4.
You feel a surge of energy and newfound powers in your blood. You get 10 experience points to spend on dominate or blood sorcery, up to level 2 for each. Your generation does not change. And I think that's the end of the yeah, because you're gonna not have to do rouse checks, but that's not a problem because this is during the time jump. But yeah, you can save or spend that as you like, either immediately or later on, whenever.
I'm going to spend 5 immediately on the first level, or 7 immediately on the first level of Dominate.
Gotcha. You can forget or compel.
I'm going to get Compel.
Okay.
Nice.
It's like a useful little doodad to have in my box of tricks.
Absolutely. And you do have some weird dreams that night, but they don't really stick with you when you wake up. You sort of shake it off when you realize, hey, I'm not hungry, but I feel like I could just tell people what the fuck to do and they'll do it. As you may have just eaten Banu Akeem or a Tremere, who knows?
Doesn't really matter. They're all the same.
So it is March 18th now. We're jumping to the present. The summons you received as a coterie, you were both asked to go to the Ventru's Haven in the Wall Street area and the Tremere Chantry that you've never actually been to before, but you were told to meet Berta at 7th Avenue and 7th Street in Brooklyn. And so the coterie, you've all met up. You are in Lower Manhattan around your joint haven, and 2 of you are at Hunger 2. 1 of you is at Hunger 1. You could blow them both off. They happen to both say, join us on the night of March 18th. So which one are you going to first? Are you going to go to both of them?
I don't have a particularly good relationship with Berta, so I'm a bit confused why.
For the coterie, it was sent to the Marischal, so you as a coterie
Okay.
had status, and it was, please, the coterie is invited.
I could go
Yeah,
either way.
I was thinking go to the Tremere first.
I was thinking the Ventru first.
Oh darn! On the deciding vote.
You say hunger. You want to feed. So everyone wants to. By the way, if you feed before you go somewhere, we can do that.
No, let's go see the Tremere. Oh man, why am I saying that sentence happily? Let's go see the Tremere.
Okay. The Tremere. Great. So you go to 7th Avenue, 7th Street in Brooklyn. You drive there, I assume. You're not taking subways. And you actually have to like send a message so Berta knows to meet you there, but she is there waiting when you arrive. and she says, "Oh, thank you for joining us. Let me lead you to our fine chantry. I am the chantry keeper, the way that Franklin is the keeper of Elysium. The Tremere have our own chantry keeper, and that's me." She walks with you for several blocks. She is making small talk, being relatively polite to Mad Dog, um, generally diplomatic, but she is like looking over her shoulders a bunch. And you're pretty sure you went in a circle around like a whole block. But she's like, no, look, I just trust me, come with me, come with me. And you keep following. It takes about 20 minutes, but you end up on a block where looks incredibly nondescript. You almost forget that there's a building right there. But they tap and are like, look there. And you think that if they didn't do that, like you wouldn't see the building. It wasn't in your vision, like your peripheral kept getting distracted by things. But you turn, and 424 4th Avenue is a 3-story brownstone building. Looks normal enough. Berta says, "We're here. Follow me." She leads you in the front door of this place. The front door and the first floor look entirely normal, mundane, and mortal. You didn't know better, you'd say, this is absolutely not a vampire spot. You got us in the wrong house, Berta. But she leads you upstairs to the second floor. And here you can see the wall has been taken out between this and the connecting building. So there are 2 buildings worth of space on the second floor. You go around a corridor, down a hallway, around to the other side, and the floor here is changed into marble and stone and granite. And the staircase going up is a little fancy. Berta leads you up. There are a pair of double doors, large and wooden. And Berta turns and says, "All right, y'all ready?"
Or
Just checking.
As ready as we'll ever be.
That's the spirit. So, Berta opens the doors, both hands pushing open like Aragorn in Lord of the Rings, and ahead of you is what looks like a medieval castle hall. There are light bulbs that are impersonating torches. You don't get any fire checks, like your beast is, this is fine, but they look like flames. There are banners on the walls that say House Tremere and have various sigils. Down the hall, you can see Jacob Grayson, the regent, sitting in a chair, kind of fancy. And as you're getting closer, you can see there's a statue next to him. There are wooden doors on either side of the hallway. And as you are getting closer to the regent, the door on your right creaks open, and 2 people are wheeling out a corkboard with various words and pictures and string connecting it. Berta, "Not now, go back. And they quickly wheel away.
better get our eyes on that one. What's on that?
Wits plus awareness, and we will see how much you discover about what's on that. If I can find my notes.
2 successes.
3 successes.
Also 3 successes.
Nice.
Okay. The first success gives you see a list of Ventru kindred names. You recognize these are all Ventru. The second thing, you're not sure where they're connected to. Although, actually, wait, the second one connects these Ventru to a couple of mortal businesses that clearly there are like financial ties to. You see one law firm titled Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe connected to Ventru. The third success, you see 2 names that you recognize as some of the gangrel in the city, and there's just a question mark. It's Eve, question mark, and Abigail, question mark. And with 3 successes, that's all you get.
Not Iris?
No, Iris is the 3rd member of that coterie.
Yep, that's why I asked, because she was
Yeah.
left off.
You know of Iris as being part of that coterie, but you didn't spot her name. If it was there, you couldn't catch it when they were going back inside. All right. So you get a little bit of info there. The closer you get to the Jacob Regent, you realize this statue looks like a gargoyle. It's not moving at the moment, so you're not exactly sure if it's a statue or a kindred. Except, let's have an Auspex roll. Wits plus Auspex from Kestrel, please.
All right.
If Kestrel cares.
Kestrel will be interested. It's a statue.
And
Oh,
this
yeah.
isn't actually the active, this is the passive version. If you want to do it actively, it's results.
Oh, nice. 8 successes. Critical.
8?
Yes.
That
Okay.
is 100% a kindred. Additionally, you, with a crit, you're not sure, but the word and image kind of almost like a premonition came into your mind of blood bond, which makes no sense. Tremere can't blood bond. But that's the image you got. It's definitely a kindred.
Fascinating. Fascinating.
As you get a little bit closer to kind of normal speaking voice, the gargoyle shakes, comes to life, flaps the wings, and says, "You stand in the presence of Jacob Grayson of House Tremere, Camarilla Scourge of the city of New York, duly appointed regent, third chair of the Research Institute, and the maker of magics." Berta,
Silently, I'm wondering, is he the maker of you?
fair question. Berta, standing next to you, chimes in, "This is the triumvirate. They've got a gangrel." She whispers, "Willie hasn't seen the last season of Game of Thrones, just so you know. Really into this shit."
Oh no.
Jacob says, "Okay, is that enough now? Are you happy?" And Willie's like, "Oh, I loved it. That was great. Thank you so much." Jacob steps forward and is like, "Okay, let's not be so formal and silly. Thank you for coming. Can I get you something? Do you need a vessel?"
I'm fine, thank you very much.
I wouldn't say no.
Snaps his fingers, and Berta goes to the door that the people came out of, knocks on it. You hear a latch. Door opens. Yeah? Oh, okay. She like grabs one. Here you go, Owen.
Hey, you ever do anything bad in your life?
Define bad.
Do you feel guilt over things? I mean, you're here. You must have done something to lead you to this path.
I mean, look, I drink some vampire blood every once in a while, and it makes me feel really awesome. I don't know how much bad stuff I've done for your kind, but yeah, all right. I've hidden a few dead bodies. All right, give me.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm in. 1 point.
Okay, that's what you needed, right?
Yep.
Well, they're up to that. Kestrel keeps staring at the gargoyle, like appraising the craftsmanship almost, like a statue, like getting kind of closer, like moving around, looking, going like this. Aquiline nose, very interesting choice there. Strong jaw. Wings reminiscent of a not African bat.
I didn't use any African. Anyways, the important business we have to discuss, no doubt, is your support of my claim to the princedom.
Go on.
I think it is long overdue that the Ventru step out of the limelight. They are old, and we need someone newer. refresher. I am far more technologically savvy than Archibald. I believe that my relationship with the Giovanni would flourish, and that might mean better prices for blood for all kindred of this city. And what's better than that? Sated populace will break the masquerade less often. I have plenty I could offer you as well. I don't know if you'll win, Mad Dog. I respect your attempt to be sheriff. If I win, I would be happy to make you Scourge. My role.
Well, I mean, that's definitely something, and I appreciate that. I'm more sussing out who I'm willing to support here. I don't disagree that it does put some kind of dent in my feelings for Clan Ventru that my good friend and prince decided on an election, which seems like an odd choice, but she is smarter than I am, so she's probably playing three-dimensional chess on this, so we'll see.
We have heard some people speculate. She doesn't want to snub Archibald too bad. Just give him a bloody nose. I'll take his head off if I have to. And all of yours. Not that I want to. I'd rather not. Let us be friends, and then we need not be enemies.
Now, I hate to bring up matters of favors and things owed and boons and status. It's difficult, dirty talk, of course, but it must be discussed. We do, no matter who wins this, stand to lose as a coterie, seeing as we are serving the current prince, and whatever prince takes over would be likely appointing their own marshal to serve them. So I suppose the question is, what do we stand to gain from supporting you?
Your
It's
status.
beyond his personal status. I believe he would make a wonderful Scourge, but I don't need him to be scourged for me to be satisfied.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. That was
Where
nice of you
do-
to say about me.
Where do we factor into your vision of the Camarilla of tomorrow?
You thread it with a needle. We must be forward thinking. We must come up with new things. The old just won't do anymore, and you're new to the Camarilla. You could be quite useful. I would be happy to give you a title. What do you want? If you mean my plans for the city, I am quite in agreement with the current prince that stability comes first. But after that, the Sabbat and the Anarchs have to go. So long as we kept our stability internally, I would be supportive of expansionist efforts.
You want to kill the Sabbat, eh?
The Bronx is connected to some of their turf. We should take all of New York.
I thought we already had that matter under control.
The 5 boroughs are ours.
They
But
stick
no-
around. Yeah, they stick around up there like cockroaches. In Mount
Furthermore, we
Vernon
don't
and
know
Yonkers.
how many the Nosferatu are hiding.
You mean how many of the Nosferatu there are, or how many Sabbat they're hiding within their territory?
How many they're hiding within their territory. They are... I can't actually respect this. They do put clan first sometimes.
That is a bold accusation to make.
No accusation. But knowledge and proof are different things.
I still don't see what I gain from this.
We gain.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander, my friend.
You
You
called
are.
us as a group.
I did, and this coterie would not need to break up in any fashion if I was the prince. If you support me in the matter of the secession, obviously oppose me, and I would not do very well to have you around. Now, would I? So it's a little bit of your decision. Do you want to be around me as prince or not?
And if we remain neutral?
No such thing. Neutrality on a moving train, middle of the road, gets run over.
I would be remiss to not say I would be somewhat disappointed if Archibald took the position simply for being the child of the prince. Nepotism, it does very little good in the world. But then again, what else is our society built upon?
Power. Archibald may have the lineage, but does he have the strength? Berta chimes in. You don't need strength to run for something. Look at Tommy over here, fucking gangrel wannabe sheriff. When she says Tommy, Mad Dog's eyes go wide with anger. The regent sees this and immediately shares your facial expression of anger at Berta. He pulls out from his robes, because of course he's wearing robes, a wand, which he points at Berta, and she starts going, no, come on, I'm sorry, I didn't mean. He swings the wand around, she flies through the air into the wall and dents the marble and stone walls of the chantry. Falls to the ground, clearly some injuries. They start to mend.
Can I do something?
Of course.
I'm good at reading intention. And I know from having been dealt with a venture for 50 years that things like this don't just happen. So I'm going to try to read the regents' kind of body language and see if they're lying about all of this.
Okay. Wits plus insight with detect lies. Specialty applying here.
Oh wait, let me do that. 7, 4.
Okay. They seem to be legitimately angry. And Berta is legitimately in pain. That's pretty observable. But the regent also says Berta will not antagonize you if I am prince.
I'm from the 40s.
If you don't support me, she will. But
I'll like tip my cap to him. I think we'll definitely have to take what we're saying here under advisement. I think we've earned your respect enough to hear the opposition stance and give you an answer fairly soon.
Bring back some intel. It'll be a good way to get your foot in the door with me.
Well, you got to us first. That's one strike against him.
First of many, friend.
I must give my applause to your interior decorator. This facility is gorgeous.
Willie, the gargoyle, chimes in. Oh, you like it? I had to fight so hard to get it to look like this, but it is just, I think it's amazing. This is where I want to spend my time. And since the regent says I have to spend my time here, because, the world doesn't recognize gargoyles that walk around, I like it here, so they let me decorate.
Question: do I know any free gargoyles in the city?
You've never seen a gargoyle before. That was
Okay.
animated kindred. Give me one more because of your crit earlier. A Auspex plus Wits roll.
Right. Six. That is a 4 successes.
4 successes. Okay. As the gargoyle is animatedly telling you about decorating and where they got all the different things to make this place look so good, Jacob is walking around and you notice a pair of glass vials that he has on a necklace. They're sort of swinging as he walks, and one of them seems to like almost be vibrating with the frequency of the gargoyle's energetic talking. It just for a moment seems to like match that, and then dissipates.
Huh. I see. Well, I have my own little business dealing in art, and I would love if I could be of assistance in any future projects and bringing any new pieces in here. I have my resources to acquire them, of course, and I can give you a very good deal on them.
I think that would be great. I don't have a lot of resources myself, but I'm sure that Jacob, you'd chime in, right? And he's like, "Yeah, I'll keep Willie happy." But no, we're not. We're not having the Elysium look like this. No, Willie, it is not. I draw my line somewhere.
Well, even if the Elysium can't look quite this good, you'll always need art for it, of course. You need to keep my clan happy. We wouldn't have any lesser surroundings.
Oh, of course. I think that my relationship with Ursula is going to be instrumental to the city.
I mean, of course, Ursula, she's wonderful and she has my full respect. But as a art dealer myself, I believe I would be best positioned to give you the resources that you would need to create a beautiful, welcoming, vibrant atmosphere.
I would be happy to have you decorate for Elysium. Just don't do everything Willie asks.
Of course. Well,
I trust your
mo-
taste more than his.
moderation in all things. Moderation in all things.
Excellent, excellent. And do give Noah my regards if you see him. Noah's another Toreador you're familiar with. We have some studying to do, I think.
Studying. Fascinating. I will let him know.
I am a big fan of interdisciplinary work and putting things together in new ways. But first, I have to learn those skills.
Yes.
Another benefit, if you side with me, is I can teach you almost any vampiric discipline. Be happy to.
Would you be able to teach me how to make such a beautiful necklace as that? Is that a custom piece?
Oh, this. If you want to know more, you'll have to go through the ritual yourself.
I see.
I promise you, it is something that only the willing go through with. And if your mind says no, the ritual will not work.
Fascinating. Fascinating. Kind of side-eyeing the gargoyle.
The gargoyle nods. Yeah, there was a moment where like I felt the energy and the magic flowing through me, and it sort of asked me a question, like, "Are you okay with this?" And it totally felt like I could just say no, and it would be fine. Of course, I said yes because that's of course I said yes. But see, I think I
see.
could have said no, and I have seen him do this. One person has said no, and the ritual did not complete. They got up, walked away, and we're just fine.
Well, if we are such a bastion of forward-thinking magics here, perhaps New York will be the new Vienna.
Jacob outright laughs. Please don't let Hartford hear you say that. My position is great, but Hartford is but a drive away. Meta, that's where the biggest northeast Tremere stronghold is.
Well, we can always pretend for their sake.
So, I thank you for your time. And please, do not hesitate to come with me for requests of things that I could give you to sway you. I am not attempting to demand allegiance through brute force, though my enemies will need it. But I like to give my friends reasons to stay friends. Come back to me when you have an answer, or don't come back at all.
Thank
Kestrel
you.
gives a bow and says, "Thank you."
I don't bow, I just say thank you.
Tip of the cap.
Okay. That is the Tremere invitation.
As we're walking away and kind of out of earshot of them, so I go, so they offered us wibbledy wobbledy magic. Will make you stronger.
I will elbow you in the ribs. Not until we're outside.
The walls have ears here.
I'm not that dumb enough to say this stuff inside. I wait until we're outside.
Yeah, I'm assuming you're in your car driving to wherever you're going next, be it the Tremere, the Ventru Haven, or somewhere else.
Yes, I'm demanding that Richie drive us to the Ventru.
That's not my name. My name is Starburns.
I
But
told you
whatever.
your name is Richie.
It's Starburns. Fine. Okay, boss. I'll do what you say.
So if we get magic from them, what are we expecting in prize door number 2?
Well, I can tell you, I do not like it's the real choice offered us was work for him or die.
Yes, they do
And
have a way of saying things like that.
the implication I understood was anyone that doesn't vote for him is going to die.
I can weirdly respect that, though. At least he was open about it.
He was quite honest and straightforward. I don't believe what he said about that willingness with the blood bonding or the necklace, trying to play God and circumvent their own clan's problems.
What blood bond?
Oh, yes, you might have noticed the gargoyle there and the necklace. You know the Tremere are incapable of holding a blood bond, yes?
Over other kindred, yes.
Yes, the gargoyle there is a kindred. I've
Is
never
it?
seen one like that before, but yes, it certainly was a kindred. I could see these things.
Was it bit by another gargoyle?
I have no clue how their reproductive system works. I can only imagine it hatched from a large stone egg.
Oh.
But anyhow, the necklace,
What?
one of the necklaces he was wearing with the vial on it, was certainly attuned to that kindred in some way. I suppose if it was broken, then it might not have as much sway over him. I only speculate. I can't be sure. I don't know these magical things.
See, that's the downside. Dip your toe in magic, and then all of a sudden you feel yourself falling forward and falling into the blood. So.
Yes, it does seem to be the way it goes. And once they have you hooked on their magics, and the only way to get more access to more of it is through them, then I wonder if they had anything to do with the Banu Hakim disappearing.
I feel like there'd be far less of them if they did.
Far less of the Banu Hakim or of them?
The Tremere.
Why?
The Banu Hakim take their defense very seriously.
It's true, yes. But they had to have some reason of leaving. Anyhow, we should go pay our visits to the Ventru and see what they have to offer us.
Richie drives up to one of these super tall skyscrapers downtown Manhattan, Wall Street area. And he's like, I'll let you out here. I'll go find parking. There's nowhere to park around here. We'll go to a garage. And you're still like walking a little bit halfway down the block. There's a youngish guy dressed to the like very fancy suit on the phone. You overhear as you're walking towards this building. Oh yeah, bro, you gotta buy the dip. Like that's what you do. You just pump in the dip and then you sell it when it goes up. It's a real simple thing. You gotta get into this scam.
I have to fix this.
God.
Listen to me. Stop. Okay, what you want to focus on is gold. It's stable. This currency you're talking about is currently in free fall.
And NFTs are terrible art. Let me tell you, I know art, and those NFTs, shit. Those ugly fucking monkeys, no.
I don't mess with the Bored Ape Yacht Club. But hey, I gotta go.
Good.
These VIPs are here, and he hangs up the phone. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was given pictures and told to expect you. I just didn't know when you'd be here. My name is Simon, and I was told by Mr. Robertson to wait out here and greet you and bring you upstairs. So if you're ready to go in, if you need anything, let me know. Hey, do you want a water? Maybe a key bomb? Anything like that? Okay, cool. Let's go.
Interesting.
He walks past the security guard who gives a look to the three of you. He's like, no, they're with me. We're going up to see Mr. Robertson. Security guard goes, okay. You get into the elevator. He presses the penthouse button. Of course he does. Dozens of floors up. On the way up, he explains that he stays in this building on the 32nd floor. And all he has to do to get a free apartment is have the penthouse in his name and let Mr. Robertson stay there. It's a great deal. Like, I get this amazing apartment, and all I got to do is let this other guy stay in my apartment. It's so good.
That's actually pretty smart.
I don't know what business you have to do with him, but head over heels for the guy. He's great.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he's wonderful.
And you work on Wall Street?
Oh, I mean, I'm more of a freelance guy. I play the market. I dip into this or that. I've been occasionally a truck driver when stuff falls off of it, but shush.
The hustle culture. I can respect that.
I swear to God,
Yeah.
this is
Trying
a
to get to that 10-digit club,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the Trey's Commas Club.
This one's got it. The elevator dings at the penthouse floor. Opens up to floor-to-ceiling windows. Extremely fancy everything. There is like chrome, fancy metals, marble and stone, vases and pieces of art that you have seen before and are like, yeah, these are worth, that's a $500,000 piece.
Did I do the deals on any of these pieces? Right.
You may have done some of the lower one, like you're on the rich end of the sales, but you haven't hit like the top tier that they're paying millions and millions for. So some of them, you at least recognize them, and if not you, you're like, oh, I wish I sold that.
Is Kestrel at risk for the Torador flaw?
They're in a beautiful surrounding, so they are quite comfortable here. Go talk to the Nosferatu in a subway station. We'll see if that triggers. But it is extremely posh, extremely fancy, and Simon says, "Follow me," as he leads you around to a door. He knocks on the door. Is like, "Mr. Robertson, they're here. They're here." The door opens with Archibald Robertson the 15th, super fine suit, little flower brooch, bangles of gold on his arms, and he says, "Thank you. Now go," to the mortal, who gets a hazy look in his eyes, goes to the elevator. Archibald holds the door open and doesn't say anything until you hear the elevator ding as it's going down. He says, "Never be too careful. Ghouls should never know more than they need to."
A shrewd analysis, I see.
You don't live for 170 years being stupid. Please,
Certainly
please.
not.
Take a seat. Would you like some food? There's a cabinet with like a tray of what looks like some very fancy sushi and fruit. There's a big fancy mirror around it, and lots of lush places to sit.
There's actual food.
Do you go over and pick it up?
Oh no. Ugh.
I look at it. I go over and look at it.
I
to
was
see
say
how
I
earthy it
assemble a
is.
small plate with no intention of eating it.
It looks amazing. The second you touch it, Owen, you can tell it's plastic. But it looks so good. It is undistinguishable. Even at like a really close-up look. Looks really, really, really real.
Is this Japanese? They're renowned for their fake food.
You know, it might have been. I didn't ask the creator's background, truth be told. It could be, could be. I just wanted something I could leave out, so any mortals who came by might be like, they do eat.
I hope you rotate it on a regular basis.
It doesn't get moldy. I don't understand.
Kestrel declines to explain and just smiles politely.
Fair enough. Well, look, you didn't come here to eat. Unless, do you need a vessel? Anybody?
No, thank you.
Good. Probably run a little pricey for you anyway. But, yeah, you should clearly support me in my task for being the next prince. I'm the seneschal. What would we do if the prince wasn't here? I would normally be in charge. So, you'll back me, right?
Out of characters, was anyone else expecting a much more eloquent venture?
No.
Storyteller has a limited number of votes. I apologize for that. But,
I just imagine him actually like pretending to eat an apple.
I was supposed to do this earlier, and we're going to retcon. Jacob did eat an apple in front of all of you. He took out an apple, brushed it on his shirt, and actually ate the whole thing as he's talking about doing all this magic.
I was gonna say, did he do it like Denethor and the tomato?
I don't know that.
It's from Lord of the Rings.
No, he's just doing cinema sins, so you know he's an asshole kind of way.
Mm-hmm,
I mean, he's a Tremere. He didn't need to.
I suppose we could have a discussion around what your appointment of a prince would mean for us.
This is really in question? Mad Dog, you're loyal to Helen. Why wouldn't you support her child?
I respect power and those who wield it. So, if you are to be the next prince of this city, it will show itself and you will have my support.
Sounds like I don't right now.
You should know that the other applicants are trying to be a lot more persuasive than you are.
The day a Tremere rules this city, the night, is the night we might as well let Thin Bloods and Cadis in Camarilla.
I mean, if you're considering your sire appointed us the Marischal of the city for her, I suppose it wouldn't be too much for us to ask that you would do the same. We have earned our status. We have earned our position.
Most certainly. You can keep your status as the Marischal. In fact, I can give you a really good deal on some art, Kestrel.
I see.
Some of these pieces here, they come from dealers that don't have to be those dealers anymore. You can be that dealer. For the next person who buys one of those. What do you need, Owen? You want me to buy you a church?
What am I gonna do with the church?
For you?
Although, although I
That-
did drive by a church for rent in Philadelphia the other day, and I was like,
Ah, I can buy you as much plenary indulgence as you need. And look, Mad Dog, there's no way in hell that Jacob is going to remain the scourge when I'm prince. You want that title? I just want to highlight both of them are offering you the scourge title.
Yeah. I am incredibly intrigued to see you wield power and take control of the city.
But look, I'm not what some people think I am. I will tell you now. Neutrality will not be punished. But if you side with Jacob, do I even need to finish the sentence?
That's a respectable position.
Your sire leaves very large shoes to fill. What are your... We do need fresh blood in the city. We need new, innovative ideas. What are the innovative ideas that you'll bring forward and drive the city into the future?
I don't know that we need to innovate. We found things that work. We're still here after thousands of years. The humans didn't like us centuries ago. They formed their little inquisition. And we found ways to deal with it. I'm not sure that we need to change that much. As you may know, I have very good control. And he holds up a scepter that he like goes to a closet to pull out, and he holds this scepter. He's like, very good control over the human element of this city. Law enforcement, press, real estate. I can tell them all what to do, and they'll listen.
That's fine and dandy, but what is your level of control over the undead element of the city?
What, the Giovanni?
No, us.
We're not undead.
Controlling humans is simple. Anyone can do that in their sleep.
You think I got this by accident? You think no one else wanted it?
I think that you are your sire's child, and of course there's an element of favoritism.
And I was starting to like you, Kestrel.
I'm only being honest. I must assess the candidates for this position, frankly.
That's an opinion, not a fact.
Aren't all facts in some respect opinions?
No. No, they are not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Absolutely. If somebody in power tells you over and over that 1 + 1 is 3, eventually we're all going to believe that 1 + 1 is 3.
That still doesn't make it correct.
But correct is a matter of public opinion.
We're not arguing philosophy in here, okay?
This is philosophy.
This is not ancient Athens. We're not talking about the real truth of the world. Here, come take a look come with me. And he brings you to another room in his haven, which is full of vases and statues on pedestals. And some of them are quite intriguing. Some of them might not hold your interest very much. But he encourages you to get really up close and take a look at these things. And I would assume that Kestrel, curious art individual, would be taking a close look.
Indeed.
Okay. The Seneschal takes a moment, and as you're closely looking at one of these things, manages to find a way to sort of squeeze himself between you and Mad Dog, who's walking around, and bumps you. And you bump the vase. Give me a dexterity plus athletics roll to see if it gets caught by you, or
That
if it...
fucking asshole.
Do you have any celerity powers?
I do have rapid reflexes, actually. Can I use that in the situation?
Add your dot of celerity to your dice pool for dexterity plus athletics. Yeah.
Oh boy. A jerk. One success.
One success. You get a hand on the vase, but it rolls off your hand onto the floor and shatters into dozens of pieces.
I turn on him quickly. What have you done?
Me? You knocked into that. That was a $45,000 vase. But look, I'm forgiving. I'll put it on your tab. Assuming you help me. Otherwise, I'll take payment in the next month.
I'll pay you in the next month.
Okay.
And when I walk away, I make sure to walk over the shards. Just crack them a little bit further. Dig my heels in.
Okay.
He's made
Okay.
clear where he stands. I'm not going to be nice to him anymore.
Mm.
He's a jerk.
What are your plans for the Sabbat?
They stay out of the city. I'll ignore them.
Okay.
Hold the course is what
Come
I'm
into the
hearing.
city. Say again?
Hold the course.
Absolutely. That is what Prince Helen has been doing, and I will endeavor to follow in her footsteps. Big shoes to fill is right, but I think it is.
No grand ambitions other than achieving the title?
Holding it, of course. I will feel great personal satisfaction at keeping safe the city that my sire so loves. There's a knock on. You've retired to a different room. Not the first one you entered either, but this one is actually sort of like larger in conference room, but still very posh. There's like the call buttons on each seat, and someone knocks on the door, and the seneschal shouts, "Yeah, come in!" And it's another Ventru. This is by the name of Barbara, and Barbara puts down a large briefcase, maybe like 4 feet long, on the table. But then she looks at you and is like, do you still have business, or are y'all good? The seneschal goes, please take as much of my time as you need. I invited you here to get your support. And if you have something to say to me so I can get your support, say so now.
It seems our friend here is clear on where he stands and his respect for the arts, so I suppose I can be off.
Excellent. The other kindred, Barbara, opens the briefcase, and you see an AR-15 and a number of individual bullets that are in like styrofoam. And you hear Barbara saying, yeah, we got these dragon breath rounds from the Giovanni, and the seneschal actually puts his hand over her mouth and then catches up to the three of you as you were leaving. You heard this as you were going out the door, and he looks at all of you and says, you didn't see Barbara. Everyone give me a intelligence plus resolve roll. Include your discipline bonus and fortitude for those who have unswayable mind. Let me roll their pool and see what you're trying to beat.
That was intelligence, resolve, and then any bonuses we have, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Thank you.
Beyond fortitude, what other bonuses might we have?
Fortitude. Maybe a lore sheet.
Discipline bonus is baseline, so whatever you would get when you're using a discipline, which I think is
Okay.
plus one for everyone. And then that is it at the moment, but that's an important, add that die.
What was
Four.
the? It was intelligence and resolve again, or
Correct. Intelligence plus resolve, and discipline bonus and fortitude if you have it. So 4 successes for Mad Dog. Owen?
8 with a crit.
that would be a 3 for me.
Cool. Kestrel and Mad Dog completely forget they saw Barbara and heard none of what she said.
I would like to very quickly though go just do that blink that I see people do when they have their memories erased.
Okay, that's going to be manipulation plus subterfuge, please.
No problem.
And what is Seneschal?
Let me use the dice roller. I forgot we had that.
Dice roller is good.
You said manipulation and subterfuge?
Correct, and it's against his wits plus insight.
Oh! One success.
Yeah, he got 3. So he looks at you and is like, keep this between friends.
We're
Yeah?
friends. We're friends.
I'll wink.
And he out of nowhere takes the scepter out from his back and sort of pats you with it. It's like, good friends. Have a good night. As you go to the elevator, press the button, wait for it to come up, and leave the Ventru's Haven.
When we get out of the building, I say, "What the fuck was that all about?"
That guy's a fucking idiot.
What? Sorry, I just. What? Why was he patting you?
I'll tell you about it on the ride home.
Keep what between friends? That he is trying to extort Kestrel?
I told him I'd pay for it, or I can just give him a forgery of the same vase. It's fine. I'm not giving him a real thing. That asshole. Anyhow, we should get in the car and go.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You get in the car and Star
Hold on.
Burns.
I need to text Richie on the way down to meet us.
Yeah, no, he definitely comes back around. By the time the elevator
Hold on.
is back,
I need to text Richie.
roll what is it? Intelligence plus computer
Technology, yeah.
technology with your specialty.
Oh,
Let's see
my
if you
specialty
can
does
make
not
a phone
apply.
Is it you using a stencil very, very carefully?
Four.
4 successes. I only needed 3.
There you go. Oh, I thought it was 2 plus Bane severity, but
I have it right here. It is 2 plus Bane severity, so yeah, I did need 4.
great. But you hit it.
Hey.
Richie rolls up, and y'all get in the car. He immediately hits the gas because he knows to go, but he's like, "So where to?" And I think with the where to question, we can take a pause from the stream. I think we all could use 5-10 minutes. And then we will also have the players decide where they're going next. The night is getting long, so you don't have too much more time this evening. But also a discussion can just happen of who are you siding? But we will be back in 5 or 10 minutes. Thank you all for joining us so far for Ask Not For Whom. And we will be back shortly.
And we're back. Hello.
Welcome back.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Welcome back to Ask Not For Whom. The coterie of vampires we were following had met with the Tremere Regent and the Ventrue Seneschal, had some decisions to make about who they were going to back, what they were going to do for themselves and for the city. They get in their car, they tell Richie, drive to our haven on Gay Street. 12 Gay Street is their joint haven. Richie drops them off, says, I'll be around the corner. Let me know.
Thank you, Richie.
Climb out and unlock the door and shuffle on in. Turn on the lights, make sure the heavy curtains are drawn.
Also, I guess maybe look out the window and make sure we weren't followed.
Wits plus awareness, please.
Four.
Nope. Doesn't look like anyone was following you. Cars are driving down the street at normal speeds. Pretty quiet. It's late enough. It's a side street, so you turn down it and no one's there.
Kestrel takes a seat on one of the chairs and kind of leans back on it, fingers steepled, and looks up at the ceiling. There's a very nice ceiling lamp up there. It's not a boob lamp. It's just a nicer looking lamp hanging from the ceiling, and they kind of sigh. Well, that was an interesting pair of meetings. Both odious individuals, but and were you going to say something earlier?
Pardon?
You looked like you wanted to say something earlier when you were leaving.
Oh, I bite my tongue all the time, so I couldn't be sure. Anyway, yes. He filled you in on the car ride home anyway, from about the mind erasing and the incendiary rounds with the AR-15.
Okay. Okay.
Very rude of him to do that to us.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, very rude.
Weak, almost. Pathetic in some ways.
I'm curious what he's up to, but I suppose if he doesn't get the nomination, he plans to take it by force.
I mean, he's scared that we would tell someone rather than expecting us to fear him and view it as a threat.
I think it's clear we don't fear him.
But
I mean, I don't particularly like the Tremere, but I don't see any reason to support little Archie.
One was overwhelming, one was underwhelming.
Indeed.
Why can't we ever just be whelmed?
Would your two clans even accept a Tremere as prince? He will need sizable numbers from both your clans to gain praxis.
What do I know about the Toreador position in here on these two?
So you know that the Tremere are more involved in the kindred world, while the Ventru are more involved in the mortal world. And so various kindred have more feet in one or the other. And if they tend towards more of the kindred stuff, they are more likely to be dealing with a Tremere. You know that Noah is one of the Toreadors who is very friendly and close with the Tremere, but the Tremere help fund a lot of art. So, and the Tremere and Toreador share the Upper East and Upper West sides, which is unique. They're the only place where the two clans share domains like that. So there's almost a innate Toreador Ventru relationship, but individual Toreadors may very well prefer the Tremere if they have favors owed to them, or just don't like the Ventru for whatever reason. Maybe they didn't give them funding for an art project.
Mm-hmm.
I would ask the same question of my clan.
The Lasombra.
That's much trickier, I think, because they really hate the Ventru.
Yeah. So the Lasombra, sort of newer than the Toreador, right? You haven't been there the whole time since the camp had the city.
We've been here.
The Lasombra are deeply skeptical of the Tremere. They do not trust them, as is commonly sort of a stereotype, but they really stick to that and say they're usurpers. The crown does belong in some hands. But they don't love the Ventru very much. You've had some conversations with other Lasombra over the time since this announcement. The general vibe from them has been they're going to spend more time supporting Julia than worrying about the prince. Get Julia to be the sheriff, and that'll be good enough. The sheriff being there, whoever the prince is, if the prince is weak, yeah, the sheriff can take him out, and people will respect the sheriff did it. And if they're strong, good. But so they're not as concerned about either of them because they're doing their thing.
We couldn't have asked for two worse clans to try to take the princedom.
Well, a gangrel could have tried.
Let's not.
True.
Let's not.
A Bruja could have
Subjects
tried.
of flights of fancy
A
here.
Bruja could not have tried. Does not have fortitude or dominate.
I mean, individually they could have, learned the two skills.
Sure. But in the prince's requirement was one in clan, either dominate or fortitude.
See, you shouldn't say that. Or at least you didn't say that.
I thought.
My apologies if it
thought
wasn't
he
clear
did.
enough. That was the intended message at the beginning of there.
I'm surprised no Lasombra stepped forward.
I suppose your clan has bigger fish to fry. I assume you have some things going on with the
New
church.
York, the praxis for New York. I don't know how many bigger fish there are. We
That
don't
does
have
prevent,
many princedoms. I don't know what the term is.
It would be
Across the Camarilla.
politically dangerous in a larger Camarilla for a Lasombra to take princedoms. I mean, in some areas, they're still requiring that you kill one before you sire a new one.
Dangerous for them.
I suppose I'm somewhat more inclined towards the Tremere simply because Archibald's such an insufferable prick.
Did extort $45,000 from you on a whim.
I'll find some way to pawn that head off on him.
We would be that man's bodyguards because although the Tremere don't want us back as Marishals, we would have some positions within the city we'd have to protect Archibald from everyone else.
among other
Mm.
things.
And I can't imagine that he wouldn't have 1.5 million gunning for his head. If he's as much of a prick to us as he is to everybody else, he's not gonna last long. Especially if he just plans to sit on his pretty little ass and act like his mommy gave him the position.
I deeply, deeply don't like that that's how he's going about this, too.
I can't respect a man without ambition.
He didn't even
And
threaten us right.
yeah, terrible. Shameful. Utterly shameful.
The Tremere were right out with it. It was like the second things out of their mouths. We'll kill all of you. We'll kill all
We'll
of you.
straight
if
up
you don't-"
kill whoever doesn't vote for us.
Yeah, what? Did you look the other way? We'll kill you. That I can respect that though. I can actually respect that.
I don't particularly like
I don't like
it.
it.
No, I don't like my life threatened. But
I mean, Tremere have a reputation for not being particularly straightforward either, as well. But I mean, they were seemingly, I
Were
suppose.
they
Maybe they're.
lying about threatening to kill you? Maybe they're just, counting on it.
Does he have the power to do that anyway?
mm,
I don't mean
never
as Prince.
seen-
I mean like with his clan backing.
You've never seen a vampire get thrown the way Berta has been thrown. It is an unknown ability to you. So you don't know what kind of shit Jacob has up his sleeve.
Yeah, if he used that off like the side of a building, that could be pretty bad.
so we are thinking that they're going. The Tremere. There's a lot of Tremere in the city. I'm imagining they're like rats. They spread everywhere. And I imagine there's going to be some connection between them and the lower clans, the outer burrowers,
Mm.
as opposed to the ivory towers in the city. And it seems like we would kind of be like the in-betweeners for Archibald, where he can say, look, I'm not only attracting filthy rich Toreadors on the upper side, and I've got a Gangrel, I've got a La Sombra, I've got everything, all the different kinds.
I
So
don't want to be a part of his little glass box collection.
how many rounds did you say of this explosive rounds did they have? Did he have?
At least 15?
And the Giovanni gave it to him, or he bought it from them?
I wonder what he traded.
I'm very curious. Maybe we should have a little chat with them at some point in the future.
Sometime soon, but I doubt they're not going to give that information.
Oh,
to
no,
us.
no, but maybe we can ask for some of those ourselves and see what price they quote. See how much he spent on that.
Doesn't the Tremere regent believe that he has a fairly good relationship with the Giovanni? Seems odd that they'd be selling armaments to his chief political rival.
I mean, they're sellswords. They'll sell to anybody.
I think we might need more information before we make a decision. Perhaps our clans would
Plans.
have spent more time studying these candidates than we have.
Well, I mean, my clan, it's fairly clear where the dice will mostly fall. We have a very solid relationship with the Ventru. For the most part, I predict a Ventru vote. Storyteller.
Mhm.
What do we know, like the overall populations of different clans in the city? Which are the most populous?
It's really hard to get a head count of any clan, including your own. Kindred who show up don't necessarily love being numbered, and you would guess that the average clan has between 10 and 20 members. There's variation there for sure, but very few clans would have over 20. And they might even be averaged out by some having fewer. I mean, obviously the non-Camarilla clans and the Lasombra. I'm sorry.
And the Banu Hakim.
So raw numbers, the biggest clan might be the Nosferatu. You got a really bad idea of their head count. But the Ventrue are very well represented. The Toreador are very well represented. The Tremere are along the average spectrum. Lasombra are a little bit smaller because they're newer. They just haven't had as many people there for as long. Malkavians are probably also on the smaller side. There was the whole Malkavian Primogen that Julia Jones took down a few years ago, so that might have affected their numbers a little bit. And who am I missing?
Hikata?
Giovanni, you wouldn't have any guess, but you'd probably say at least 5. No more than 25. They do not count as people who can vote for this. They do not come to Elysium like that.
Okay.
But can they do shit to fuck up the people who are going to go to Elysium and vote for your enemy? That's a conversation.
If you show up with a shotgun and some Dragon's Breath rounds at Elysium, you might not survive, but your enemies might not either.
Seems like there's kind of 4 ways forward, I guess. We pick A, we pick B, we pick A and B, and then we play them against each other, and then we kind of try to jump onto the right boat at the last minute, kind of thing. Or we find somebody else in the city who actually deserves to be prince, and we make them prince.
I feel like we don't have the resources for that last one.
It's pie in the sky.
Hey, I like the thought, though.
I mean, how many clans qualify?
The clans that don't qualify are Toreador, Malkavian, and Banu.
I mean,
So
of course,
3
they
out of
wouldn't want
7.
us to be the rulers. We would make everything so attractive. The Nosferatu wouldn't recognize their sewers. Start spraying
Get rid of
perfume
trash
down
on the
there.
subways, then the rats will leave.
Start spraying air freshener around down there. It's a problem. Anyhow, we could go talk to Helen and get a sense of how she feels about things, and her own child even.
Mm-hmm.
You have
And then
access.
maybe
She should see how her 2 candidates are handling the horse trading so far.
yes.
All right, so let's go to the prince.
If I could really quickly go out around our haven to just top up, I'd want to go like get 1 blood.
Oh,
100
yeah,
rather.
a quick hunting roll for you.
So we just
give me-
topped up at the apartment. I was saying you could have topped up at the apartment or the chantry.
Yeah, they offered, but you declined. So
I don't drink. First of all, I 100% would never drink blood offered to me by a Tremere. Number 2, I don't. You heard the other guy. It would have cost me. I could just roll somebody over on like West 4th.
it's pretty late. So give me a strength plus brawl roll, because that's if you're doing an alley cat hunting.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mhm.
Great. Let's go for it.
Do I have the highest humanity in the pooter?
What's your humanity?
6.
You might.
You do.
You do.
You lose 1 for Alley Cat.
Yep. You want to lose
I,
1 for
I had
that.
lost 2 for Diablerie.
5 successes.
Okay. You find somebody who is stumbling drunk, like a block away from a bar, and you egg them on to throw the first punch against you in a dark alley, which you easily just grab. And they're like, "Ugh," and you do that with the other hand. They're like, "Ugh," and they headbutt you, and you don't move an inch. You're just an unbreakable wall, and they're so confused, and you just bite into them with your fangs.
Mhm.
You're cleaning up the blood wounds, you go down to hunger 1, licking up the little neck holes, and in a
Great.
daze they walk off. You do feel a little bit intoxicated. As I said, this was a drunk. But yeah, egged them on. It was an easy, brawl alley cat fight.
It
And it's
happens.
not terrible. You might have a little bit of intoxication going on. Actually, as you're walking back towards the haven, you stumble a little bit unexpectedly. The alcohol you didn't think was going to hit you did, and you lose your footing, and you bump into someone, and you turn, and it's actually someone who's got like a priest collar on, and he looks at you and he's like, "Oh, child of Adam. Oh, thy offense is rank. It smelleth to heaven. Do you repent?"
Push him away from me. I haven't been to church in years. Piss off.
"You should always come back, my child." He doesn't like approach you, but
All right. Okay. Walk away from this guy.
okay.
Just head back.
Increase your clan bane by 1.
Claim Bane by 1. Oh boy.
You're back at the Haven. Y'all want to go to the Prince, right?
Yes.
So you
Yes.
send a message to Richie to bring the car around. Richie responds, "Be right there." You wait like 30 seconds, whatever, the normal amount of time you think he'll be there. You go downstairs. No Richie.
What gives, Richie?
Yeah, maybe he's at a red light. It's possible a red light would take him another minute. It's not a precise science. As you're waiting there another 30 seconds, around the corner of this alleyway comes the man with the priest collar.
Ugh.
Why
This
is there
guy-
a priest here?
He's actually just
He-
sort of whistling and not paying a ton of attention to you as he starts to walk down the street.
Hmm. What's the car? The make and model of the car that we have here? Richie drives.
It's a black Acura sedan. No,
s-
not sedan. One of those not quite like SUVs, but you know, like
Castrol
a CRV
looking,
kind of thing.
looking every part the cross-dressing, raging gay that they are, steps forward a little bit and raises a hand. Excuse me, Father.
Child,
Have you seen a black Acura around the corner here?
I wasn't paying attention, but that sounds familiar.
Where have you seen it?
Oh, I don't know. I've just been wandering around, going as the Lord takes me.
The Lord took you to the village.
I follow where my feet go.
I thought I told you to piss off.
Ah,
He started spouting his
Child.
Bible nonsense to me.
child of Adam, child of Raquel, child of the little one.
What?
Your offense is rank. Do you not smell it? It hath the primal's elder curse upon it. A brother's murder.
This is why I told him to piss off before. How about this one? I'm gonna turn my eyes red
That's not
Am
going to
I-
help.
and say,
No, God, no.
"How about you fuck off right now?"
Okay. Manipulation plus charisma plus 2 dice for the glowing red supernatural eyes. And I will see what their dice do. The dice. There we are.
I have a purring cat. She's purring very loud.
My cat's just asleep over there.
Which one?
Maeve.
Ah,
2 successes.
They are unfazed. Child, the curse is strong on you. You have much to repent. Your sins are rank, but the forgiveness offered is sublime. Accept it. Repent and forgive.
Mad Dog, it's not worth it. Go back inside.
Where did you hear those names from, friend?
It's written on your faces.
What does this person smell like?
They smell kind of homeless. They, as you take a look at them, their clothes are pretty tattered and ragged. The collar looks good, but the rest of the outfit, as you're actually paying attention now, doesn't look sharp. Doesn't look like what the Sunday best.
Can I use Sense the Unseen on this guy and see if there's anything like going on with him?
Absolutely. Give me a resolve plus wits, or I'm sorry, resolve plus aspects, and add your discipline bonus.
3,
See what that gets.
6.
What's your name?
3.
How many successes?
3.
Okay. My name is Father John. It's not very original, I know. And as for Auspex, there's something magical about him. You've never seen whatever this is, but there's something head to toe, like whole body, different about his expression. Still totally human. Like you can smell the blood, hear the heartbeat.
See him breathe.
Yeah, totally see him breathe. He blinks a lot. And there's
Could I use Scry the Soul to get more information?
Yes, you bet.
All right, I will use a rouse check then to do that.
Yes, one rouse check to activate the power. And of course, you could, if you'd like, blood surge on this. That is an option.
Failure. Not got a blood surge here. Not worth it at the moment.
So you're up to
but
hunger 2.
Intelligence plus Auspex plus my
Plus-
bonus.
Mhm.
It's
Then
three,
a number of questions
7.
equal to successes, I believe.
Interesting. 3 successes.
Okay. I'm gonna win a number of truthful questions. What would you like to know about their aura and psyche?
I want to know if they're under the influence of any kind of magic or blood sorcery from an external source.
No, they are free from magical influences from outside forces.
Okay. Can I tell if they are what's the term for it? If they're a sorcerer or a mage?
You can ask the type of supernatural.
Yes.
And they are not a vampire, a werewolf, ghoul. They are some sort of human supernatural creature. It's not a magician. You've heard about magicians before and been told from people about them, but this magical power seems to stem from him. But it's give me an occult plus intelligence roll. Let's see if you know the how much of that how much more you might know.
I'm more curious about this guy than I am about the election.
1 success.
Yeah, you don't know.
Yeah,
you know,
something weird. And what's their emotional state right now?
Hopeful.
Hopeful. Interesting. Kestrel kind of gets a very far away look as they regard this person. You two have seen it before when they're kind of like looking deeper at someone. They get kind of this spaced out, like staring at somebody, but staring through them kind of look. And after a few long seconds, they kind of snap back to attention and blink quickly and then kind of like move forward towards the man and go to extend a hand as if to shake their hand.
He slowly extends his hand to shake yours.
Kestrel is ice cold, obviously. I can't do much of a blush of
Notice.
life at this humanity.
If you would like to, you may.
Okay. Do I want to rouse for this?
It's your call.
I'm gonna say no at the moment. No, I'm just gonna keep it as is.
So you shake hands, and he warmth can be yours if you just accept forgiveness and repent.
What do we need to be forgiven of?
Child of Roman, you know. Roman forgives you, but you must repent.
I don't think either of those two know that Kestrel Diablorai is his sire, but they probably know the sire's name, maybe? They've probably heard of his name before.
You could have done a million things to piss your sire off.
Yeah. But Kestrel looks chilled, looks like absolutely chilled at this moment, and kind of like pulls their hand back, like, what the fuck?
Owen, can you tell this guy to fucking piss off? Tell him.
Oh, I find this guy very interesting.
Oh, Jesus, you and the religious shit. Come on, man.
Listen, we have a type, okay? What do I have to repent for, Father John?
He pauses for a moment and pulls out a flask. And then pours a little on the ground. For lost connections. Puts the flask away.
What is this metaphor shit? Where's the car?
As you say that, the car curves around the corner and approaches. The windows are down, and as soon as the car has line of sight, you hear Richie, "The car just fucking wouldn't start. I am so sorry."
We'll get to that later. Father John, I find you incredibly compelling. Where do you preach that I may find you later?
I told you, where the feet take me, I go. I could be here tomorrow night. I could be in South Carolina. I couldn't say.
Well, then may I wish you well in your travels, and he'll pull out his money clip, take out some cash and hand it to him. Get yourself something to eat, maybe some new shoes.
Indulgences, my child? I will take this, because I'm hungry. But it gets you no points.
Be safe on the streets.
I go where I go, and I meet the end I meet. And he takes out a cross. And all of you, for a moment, the beast's terror frenzy starts for the splittest of seconds, and then calms down, as the cross does not make you roll dice to see if you worry about it. But it started to for just a second. It says, "I think the Lord will keep me safe. I've got faith."
I believe you. Yes. And then quickly makes their way over to the car and goes to open the door and get in. Not sticking around in case that thing gets a little bit stronger. Nope.
As they get in the car, I think Mad Dog wants to say, how is it possible that the Tremere was the second weirdest fucker idiot that we met tonight?
New York is full of interesting people, my friend.
Warm days and pleasant nights, Father. And I'll get in the car.
He starts humming a tune and dancing to himself as Richie drives away to the princess.
We berating Richie the entire time.
Your
He's-
clan banes increase by 1, except for Mad Dog already had it. So yeah, now everyone's clan bane is at 3.
This
Oh, God.
sucks.
Wait,
I am
my
the most
fear is
affected
higher.
by this.
Everyone's got their cross to bear, Lasombra.
We bearing that cross. We bearing it.
Just repent. How hard is it? For a vampire to, admit they're wrong to some random person on the street. Richie is profusely apologetic, and he's like, the car just wouldn't start. Like, I put the key in, I turned it, it made no noise, and nothing happened. What do you want me to do? I'm not a, wizard.
And then it just suddenly started.
Yeah, it was the strangest thing.
Don't
The
make me
Lord
find.
works in mysterious ways.
Don't comfort Richie. Maybe I'll have to find an assistant who knows about cars then.
I'll learn. Okay, look, I'll go online. I'll order the instruction manuals, and I'll start reading. Okay.
Adequate.
By the way, Moss, it's kind of around that time that you do that thing. Can I get some?
Yes.
Big smile. Awesome. As soon as we park the car, and he goes from feeling like totally demoralized and like looking the part of like beaten down underling to he's king of the world in his head at the moment. A rouse check for feeding your ghoul, please.
Mm-hmm.
Kestrel is just kind of sitting there smiling, like, that was very strange. And I'm thinking about it now.
Hunger goes up.
Okay, hunger 2, right?
Yep.
Not too bad. So you get to the princess. The prince actually lives inside of the New York Historical Society building along Central Park, around like the 80s, pretty close to the Natural History Museum. And it is very posh, a couple layers of security in. They all know you, though, so you get in no problem, and the prince welcomes you. Oh, my Marischal, I shall miss you so much. I can't help but think about all I will miss in the city. But I'm sure you didn't come here to listen to me talk about what I will miss. Please, what can I do for you?
It is wonderful to hear that you'll miss us. We will miss you too. You've been a wonderful prince.
I'd rather stay, but some things are unresistible.
I am curious, what is it about us as a Marischal that you believe makes us most effective?
A performance review at this stage? Okay. Well.
Consider it a building of our resume for a future prince.
You cover bases very effectively. While I would not send Mad Dog in to negotiate my deals, I would similarly not ask you, Kestrel, to go fight my battles. But where one of you is strong, the other... Wait. Where one of you is weak, the other is strong. And yes, where one of you is strong, the other is weak, but you seem to have gotten along. And, frankly, keeping Lasombra happy was important. I don't think they didn't want to try to be prince. I think they knew that it just wouldn't fly. They can get some smaller cities first.
It would be a major step up for them to take over New York, of all places.
Although I've been happy with your work and Julia's as well. I could see her being an effective sheriff. I could see you being an effective sheriff too, Mad Dog, but maybe not for 50 years. You have a
I
start.
I respect your wisdom, and if you think so, that makes sense. I wish you could fight harder to stay here. Still a no on that. Still a no on staying.
The only method is too monstrous to think. It has been said that consuming the heart's blood of another kindred will delay the beckoning, but I could not do that in perpetuity.
That would be
No,
too much. Yeah.
I may be bold in asking this, but I'm curious about your relationship with your child, Archibald. Do you believe that he would be an effective prince?
He is certainly capable of it. I did not make him my second in command out of nepotism. He is exceedingly skilled at dealing with some of the mortals. You want to kill a story? You want to eliminate some evidence that someone with a cell phone got? He can wipe that, at least from any official records. Very important that in a city of this size, the bureaucracy is properly handled. It may not be flashy, it may not be exciting, but picking up the trash, that's how you keep a city on its feet. Jacob might also be a fine prince, I'm not sure. I could have named Archibald Prince, but that didn't feel right.
An election is unorthodox, if not unheard of in a city of this size.
You know, we did have someone try to contact Beckett and see if it was a first in Kindred Society, but he never wrote back. It was very disappointing.
That's Beckett.
Perhaps I'll see him over in Persia. We'll see. We'll see who's there. It'll be an interesting time. I'm sorry, my mind wanders again.
We've been approached by both the sides of the princedom election, and they both have offered us, I guess, packages of benefits for supporting them. I don't think you could probably give us your opinion on who you think we should pick, but who should we pick?
Who's offering you the better deal?
For me, it's actually very much the same deal, which is flattering in a way because at least I've been forthright enough where they know kind of where I want to go. The other two have much more, I guess, money. Is that what you like, Owen? It's confusing sometimes. There's things on the internet that are money. I don't know. He tried telling me about this, but it doesn't make any sense.
I told you to stay away from them.
They're monkeys that are disinterested.
I don't have NFTs.
You don't, but Archibald probably does.
Mm.
You could certainly ask Archibald for more. He's not bad at negotiating, but he can be generous if you ask. Convincing.
Castro kind of audibly scoffs at this. Generous, as in asking me to pay for a vase he broke.
He's still pulling that old trick. I told him to stop it. He thinks it gets people to owe him. He forgot it was you and you have money. Mad Dog over here doesn't have 40K. So for somebody with less power, less resources, that move can get someone indebted. I told them
Or cause them to join a host club. Kind of gets
Can
far
have
away. Look in his eyes.
all sorts of consequences. But did you ask for stuff from Archibald and he refused? When I say generous, you have to come to him with requests. Otherwise, he will try to request things from you. Strike first, so to speak.
I was just
Well,
hoping he would have the vision to know what could sway us.
For that, you'd want Franklin. It's quite unclear who the Malkavians will come down on the side of.
Castro
Never
kind of
panned
like, yes.
I mean, does anyone care what the Gangrel thinks? So I wish I could give more cultured political analysis or something. I don't know, but the Gangrel are probably going to go with the Tremere just to piss off you, sire.
Well, they shall not be getting a vote. You know, most of them anyway. There are perhaps 3 official Gangrel in the city who have presented themselves to me who might show up to court. The folks that have communicated to me through you, Abigail, Eve, and Iris, they are not officially in the city. They are tacitly accepted as being unofficially in the city, and going into the parks can be expensive, so we try not to.
So, how soon after the election do you plan on leaving?
I'll have to have a sit down with the winner and go over some of the security protocols and foreign deals, so to speak, that must be maintained. So, probably within a week. It will not be April 1st. I wouldn't want anyone to think that.
What a cruel prank that would be.
I would never do something to a city I so love.
The Malkavians would love it.
Perhaps.
It's a difficult decision to make when the stakes are so high and the participants in this whole election are so insistent that they are correct.
I will say this. The Regent has done an exceptional job with Scourge. His tracking capabilities are startlingly good. Have you seen him watching you? Keep your eyes open.
Unpleasant.
It is a good ally to have who can surprise even learned kindred. And while Archibald is powerful, his powers are well established among those with occult knowledge. Meta, Jacob has disciplines that aren't in the book. Archibald doesn't. But that doesn't mean Presence 5 isn't a hell of a drug.
Of course, Tremere never play by the books.
Rules?
Except for the one in the background.
The rule is don't get caught. So the prince does not envy you having to make a choice. She admits, I don't know who you should choose. Again, if I thought there was a clear answer, I would have appointed them. But you must decide, or perhaps you wait it out. See what they do. Were you... Could you stay neutral?
One side says yes, the other no.
I don't believe either side truly would let us be neutral.
Who said yes?
Your chowder?
In this case, I confess my bias, but I do believe him. He thinks he's got it on lock. And he might. Owen, you'd be surprised at how many people need a hand now and again. And come to think of it, the amount of real estate that Archibald owns, you might want to check your property rights on any havens and associated businesses. If any of you rent, no matter how big the corporation is, he might have a hand in it. Something to look into if you don't side with him. A lot of land in this city, and it's all important to own.
Archibald strikes me as a man who gets what he wants through less tangible means. He doesn't seem particularly inclined to violence. Is that your experience?
He generally has others do the punishing for him.
Side eye you guys like.
Kind of like you, Kestrel.
Guilty. There's more than one way to punish a person.
There are so many.
So many. Let's go into all the ways we punish people.
Let us count the ways.
Your advice has been great again, as always.
I wish I could give you more. I know you came here looking for a direct answer, Mad Dog. I've always liked giving you direct answers.
I've always appreciated that.
Direct answer is you choose. And you're running for sheriff. Why not ask one of them to support you? Do you think you really got the cojones? But
I thought I did. Maybe I do.
Grover's no slouch. And Julia is a good fucking detective. Choose which bed you're gonna lay in. They all got crumbs. But I must go. It is getting early, and I feel distracted. She, without saying another word to any of you, walks away. Just like, clearly her mind is elsewhere.
The beckoning has a tight grip on her these nights.
And it is getting later. You probably have like an hour and a half. So like you want to be getting back to your havens pretty soon. You're not like in a mad rush, but
yeah. Let's head back.
Yeah.
Yes.
I need to head home.
And everyone's going to their individual havens.
Yes.
Yes.
Richie driving everyone?
I can have my ghoul pick me up.
Okay.
Where are we in the city?
You're
Near Central
Upper
Park,
West.
right?
Yeah, Upper West 80th.
Oh,
and
Upper
Central
West.
Am I on the... No,
Yeah,
I'm on the opposite side.
Yeah, but that's an easy... Richie drives across the park and up and drops you off. It's super close.
Yeah.
And then going down, he would drop you off Mad Dog, and you're a 15, 20-minute walk to your other spot. Everyone's going back to your individual havens. Except Mad Dog gets interrupted by Eve, one of the gangrel. She literally jumps down from a tree and lands in front of you. Is like, "What up, Cammy?"
Somebody send you to threaten me again? Am I gonna have to punch out another one of you
No.
idiots?
Iris wants to talk. Follow me. She's got a message for you.
Oh, great.
Come
All
on.
right. Follow.
All right, walks a block away. Iris is there, and she greets you similarly with near open hostility. But
Bare my fangs.
yeah. Great. I'll take my claws out later. But right now, I want to share something. We have seen there's a huge uptick in the number of werewolves in the city right now. We're not sure why. We're pretty sure there's a meeting they got planned. We think it's on the full moon. Fucking werewolves in the moon. But we're pretty sure it's then. But we don't know exactly what they're planning or why they're having this meeting. But it's something that every kindred in the city could benefit from being aware of. So look, we got no love for you and your cami types, but we also don't want the werewolves to wipe you out because then we're easier to stop. So be on alert and tell your prince if they want more information, maybe we could get it for them, but they'd have to pony something up.
Okay. So you'd like me to reach out to the prince and tell them that more werewolves are in the city. You don't know why, but you do have more information. It's
No,
just
we
going to
can find
cost.
it out. We can find it
Ah,
out. Like the same way that we found out these werewolves were here. That cost us something too. Um, it's
I,
uh, it's a weird feeling being a wolf and having another wolf approach you like you're both wolves. It's weird.
I feel like you all, along with a lot of the other clans, take all of this clan nonsense very, very seriously. Where it's really just, the flip of a let's say 13-sided coin where you could be one of any of a bunch of different things. And what does it matter one clan over the other?
When's the last time a Tremere grew a tail?
Knowing the Tremere,
Okay.
probably a
When's the
lot.
last time a Ventru grew a tail?
When's the last time they pissed off the Tremere?
All right, if that's going to be your answer for every clan, you're clever. You're clever.
I
Uh,
get it. I get it. I get it.
you
I'll
don't
let
need
them know.
cleverness.
I'll let them know.
It's a simple warning. Do what you want with it. If you decide to tell no one and everyone dies, that's on your neck.
Where were these werewolves spotted?
Central Park, Sept of
Hmm.
the Green.
Okay. And 5 to 10, 10 to 20.
Look, at any given time, there might be 5 in the city, but we might be looking at 30. Yeah, exactly. 30
Huh.
werewolves could bust through a lot of us. So we're not sure. It could be 13. Could be 3, and they're doing a really bang up job of convincing us otherwise. But I
All
bet
right,
your tail it isn't.
you got it. You got it. All right. I'll let them know. I'll let them know, and I'll let them know that you can work for some more information as well for a price.
It will cost us, so it will cost you.
That's how everything works in this world.
Bye.
All right. As I'm walking away, I'll take out my flip phone or my Nokia and start texting that number I know that's connected to the prince where they'll get the info to them.
Okay. Yeah. The prince will get that when they're out of their beckoning haze.
And I'll also uh tell everybody in the coterie as well.
Okay. Yeah.
And
Everyone.
then sleep.
Yes. Everyone goes to sleep. That is the end of the first night.
Before I go to sleep, I would ask Richie to set up an appointment with Athena soon.
Okay, you would like to meet with the Primogen. Richie says, "Yeah, I can call her people."
Good.
I also want to send a text to my goal as well, and I'm going to ask her to look. I'm going to give her a description of the vase that I broke and ask her to look into the actual value of it and any good forgeries.
Okay. She is asleep, but she'll get it by
Yeah,
the time
in the
you're
morning.
when you're all having your next night. Um, cool. So that was night one. You all get to your respective spots, close the windows, batch the doors, and prepare for torpor.
Oblivion,
Day sleep.
day
Okay.
sleep.
You all actually experience a strange dream, which you normally don't in these times. But each of you sees a vague face in the clouds. Like you're kind of walking around in kind of a basic and barren, grassy, treed area, and there are clouds in the sky. And one of the clouds, you look up and it has the face of your sire. Except for Mad Dog, you have no idea whose face this is. But both Owen and Kestrel see their sire's faces. In the case of Owen, their sire's face morphs into the face of your family. The ones you left, died on. And then you all wake up. It was a very short dream. Maybe walking in the forest for 20 seconds, and then you look up and see the cloud, and then you snap to, and the beast asks for a hunger check.
Success.
Yes.
Hunger
Okay.
goes up.
That hunger's 3 now?
Yep.
Okay. So in the night starting, the two ghouls actually, sorry, you each have a ghoul. So two of the ghouls have sent messages. Kestrel, you get a message from your ghoul identifying the vase as worth $35, not $45,000. But it is a legitimate, classy piece of art. She also has another message, though. Unfortunately, some of the art sold through your business was identified as a forgery. The people who bought it, very concerned, brought it up with authorities. The business is cleared. We're all good. But some of the stock we have that we bought the same purchase that this sold forgery, we still have that stock. So we got to figure out what to do with these things. They might have fakes in it. So we got to deal with that.
Well, we know they have fakes in it. We were putting the fakes in there.
This was something you purchased. You were going to be the sort of middle seller of this art from some other source.
So things we believe to be legitimate.
Correct. You were not involved with making any forgeries for this. So if there are forgeries there, you could not identify this versus that.
Okay. Well, then, if I couldn't identify it, this versus that, it sounds like a resale problem.
Okay. You can handle that problem however you like. I just want to let the other ghoul message of Mad Dog. You get a message that someone came in with a really weird request, and you should come and talk to him in person about it. He doesn't want to leave a message.
Okay.
And that's how your second night starts.
Where did we say we were all going to meet?
We
I
didn't.
assume you're all meeting around Washington Square Park,
Hmm.
or maybe Tompkins if you want to be closer to Owen. Maybe Owen has to go feed on his herd
I
to get the
do.
longer down. It's an
Hmm.
option. You could also do a roll, see if you get some good dice. Um, but yeah, you can meet in either one of those locations, and then Richie can drive you where you need to go,
Hmm.
or you can drive yourselves.
I'm not hungry, so I kind of want to ride my motorcycle down to the bail bonds and then rush back up after I talk to Bob to Owen.
Okay. Um, we'll do that as a quick conversation with Bob. You go to the bail bonds, and the VTMB music that plays when you go to the bail bonds is playing in that store for some reason. The bail bondsman has never heard this before. It just turns on the radio the moment that walks in. Spooky shit in New York. Um, and Bob is like, "Oh, good to see you. Good to see you." So yeah, it was really weird. They came in and look, it wasn't that strange. They asked us to find someone. Um, they did admit it wasn't someone who's in trouble with the law officially, but they also prepaid. And well, he reaches down below a desk, opens a drawer, and pulls out a jug container of blood. They left this as prepayment, saying they'd be back in a week and either want information or this blood back, I guess. And I'm sorry, it wasn't a week, it was 3 days. So a little shorter timeline.
Can I smell the blood? Is it human or is it?
It is human blood, yeah.
Hmm.
It has you can't tell the resonance because you don't have the bloodhound trait, I
Mhm.
don't think. But
No. Huh. Can
It
I have
takes
them?
Bloodhound.
Can they run the tapes back for me to see who the hell it was that walked in and tried to trade blood?
yes, he's pulled up the video for you, and it is a semi nondescript person. Though they do have a couple of tattoos, you can't see them very well with the camera. It's not a high tech and super clear picture how they were standing. Um, you don't recognize the face.
Okay. I'm gonna tell Bob. I want you to do two things for me.
Mhm.
I want you to start looking into the thing that whatever.
They wanted us to find Carmine Giordano.
Never heard that name. Never heard that name.
Nope.
Um. Okay. Look into Carmine Giordano and don't let anybody else know about that one. Just keep it with me.
Okay.
Um. And then start working on whoever the hell this guy is. Find out who this guy is for me.
Okay. I'll see what I can find out about him, boss.
Great. All right.
But we're taking the case. Does that mean you want this? And he gestures at the jug.
Um, put that in the fridge upstairs for me, all right? And put a cap on it for God's sakes.
Oh no,
This
it's
stuff
got
goes okay. This stuff goes bad. Keep it refrigerated for God's sakes.
okay. As, as you say, boss.
And don't be spreading this out in front of the normies. They
No
don't know. They don't know.
one's in here right now. Relax.
Yeah, somebody might come back there looking for booze and see a giant thing of blood, start talking to people, all right?
It's sangria, but it's my sangria, so they can't have it.
Ugh, Bob, Bob, we got to be better than this. Come on.
All right,
It's
all right.
fake.
I'll put a lock on it. Is that what you want?
Yes.
Great. I'll get you
Now
that.
I like where we're going. Now I like where we're going.
Sure. I'll put it in the safe. Okay.
All right. Give me a call later whenever you hear about
I'll
Carmine
see what I can find out. Yeah, Carmine Giordano.
Giordano. All right. Okay.
Yeah. We can see what we find out.
All
Okay.
right. I gotta go. I gotta go. I'll run out to jump on the bike and peel off
Peel off.
up to Tompkins Square Park.
Okay.
Before I leave, I just do a quick check around my apartment to make sure everything is in place and where it should be, and I check on the closet with the statue and make sure it's not doing anything strange.
It's not doing anything stranger than it normally is. Some things are out of place as you've come to accept in your haunted haven. Um, there's no such thing as everything being in its right place there. Doesn't happen. Sometimes you do hear fitter, happier playing, though. It's a little ominous. Um, in this case, though, the closet and the haunting fae there are behaving as you would expect.
I kind of wave at it like hesitantly. Like I'm not sure what the fuck is up with this thing, but it definitely has like a conscious. I'm gonna bring you something tonight. I'll bring you something back later. I promise. I know you're probably getting bored. I swear I'm gonna do it.
The curtains you have to block out any windows ruffle a little bit.
Take that as a yes.
Or
I don't know. I don't know.
could be the radiator turned on.
Okay, cool. Don't burn it down. I'll be back.
That wouldn't be very pretty if it burned down.
Sometimes tragedy is beautiful.
For a moment or two. The coterie is all together at Tompkins Park. Did you decide you were feeding on your herd, Owen?
Yes.
Okay. So your hunger's down to 1.
Yep.
But that is the only time you can do that this week. You go 1 dot herd. So, where is the coterie? So you haven't told anyone that you're siding with them also. That's probably something you want to do if you are going to side with someone.
I think when we go there at Thompson Square Park, it's a nice open space with probably no listening devices. So we might want to debate. I very much thought I was going to just be for Archibald, but he is showing extreme signs of weakness and being way too overt in his movements. I am leaning away from him.
Kestrel kind of burst out. That vase wasn't even worth $45,000. It's worth $35,000. I can probably get something cheaper to replace it.
I did want to see how my clan was going to go, but I'm making a decision, so I don't know.
I wouldn't mind speaking to mine as well.
Yep, we can do that. You don't have to talk to the person you side with right now. So, just right, you're going to go talk to Ursula and Athena. So let's have.
Are we doing this separately, or are we doing this as a group?
I don't think my clan will talk to you.
Yeah, I don't think mine is gonna have much fun talking to you either. So I think we should do this separately and meet up together later.
At Tompkins
Mad
Square
Dog,
Park.
you just hang tight. You just hang tight, Mad Dog. Get a hot dog or something.
Maybe investigate this Carmine.
I do want to call my criminal contact, who is the desk sergeant of the police, and have them run that name.
Okay, we'll do that after the Primogen conversations. But I think we'll start with Ursula, the Toreador Primogen, who actually asks to meet you at Columbus Circle, at the fountain, like inside the circle. And you go there. Kestrel, you find her sitting on a bench around a fountain, shooting up water, and she is clearly people watching.
All right, I'm gonna go take a seat next to her. Good evening, Ursula.
It is a lovely night, isn't it?
Beautiful, and the stars are barely visible as usual, but I imagine they're quite pretty.
Well, light from sky has never been our biggest friend, has it?
At least the ground has attractive sights.
Indeed it does. There's quite an energy in this city right now, it would feel.
It is. I've noticed that as well. I can't imagine why. It has to have absolutely nothing to do with the election.
Oh, I meant amongst the mortals, but I suppose there is energy amongst the kindred too.
Hmm.
Are you trying to angle something here?
I'm just curious your opinion on the ongoing political situation. You always have interesting takes.
You'd like to know my thoughts? Don't get involved, Kestrel. Let them play their games, let them push their power buttons. They'll burn each other to the ground. And then someone else will have a bigger tower.
That
There's
is how it
about,
always is, yes.
there's about to be some vicious bloodshed.
Mm.
Don't know who or why, but if I put my neck into the ring, it could be mine. So I'm trying to sit this one out. I'll vote privately with the prince. Do you recall the prince said this would be a private vote? Sure, you could say you're going to support someone, and how do they know if you did?
It's true, but in some ways, I wonder if we can truly expect privacy in anything considering what we're dealing with. I mean, the Tremere and their abilities are not always clear.
Is the prince even actually going to honestly record the vote? Or is
Mm.
she decided who the winner is and she's going to say it's got the votes? That's why I'm not getting heavily invested. Everyone in this clan is free to choose as they wish. I would not bind you on our behalf.
I I see the wisdom in that. Yes. I I was called by both the candidates to appear and speak to each of them. So I've been forced to be involved in some respect. And one of the candidates has made it clear that they don't accept neutrality.
Oh, yes, Jacob told me the same thing.
Mm.
He can try.
You must admit his area is quite well appointed. He has impeccable taste there.
He is a good scourge, but a good scourge is not necessarily a good prince. I don't
Mm.
know. Like I say, he might just get burned down and Archibald gets burned down and neither of them become prince because come election day, they're both dead.
It's possible, yes. I would prefer not to be dead by election day, frankly.
I mean, also, has the prince. I have not. Maybe you have this information. The prince hasn't said anything about write in ballots. Perhaps we
I haven't.
stage a surprise coup.
Would she even accept them, or would she just throw them in the trash? Who would
Like I
even
say, I shouldn't.
nominate?
I shouldn't have. Ooh. And Ursula's eyes follow a couple that is walking by them, both of them stunningly gorgeous and just clearly distracted.
Mm.
Uh, Politics, it's so messy. Better things to do. Uh, let's stroll in the park for a while. How much time do you have?
As much time as you need, my dear.
Oh, well, I don't need the time. I'm just enjoying the night. But if you're going to play some political games, you might be busier than I am.
I have time to chat and walk and enjoy the sights with you.
Oh, excellent. Let's stroll a little while. I won't keep you too long. But Ursula then apprises you of a couple of the other Toreadors in the city and what they've been up to. Um, there is Alex, who is a super huge fan of doing portraits of people. He will ask almost anyone, "Hey, can I draw you?" Um, and there is Ash, who is doing press. She is very related into the media spheres. She has a good relationship with the venture, Um, there's Noah, who has a good relationship with the Tremere. So Ursula is sort of saying, like, yeah, there are people on both sides here. There is Janie, who is a painter. And there is Big Sal, who is into music.
I see. Yeah, I imagine that Noah has an opinion and angle already, and Ash as well. The rest,
It is
I
like
can't tell where they would fall, honestly. Maybe Alex will ask to draw the portrait of each one, and whoever turns out better will get the vote.
could be. They're all bribable, frankly.
Mm,
And if you do decide to ask for a price, ask big. I mean, look, you run with Mad Dog, right?
yes,
A sheriff is your friend would be dope. I don't know if that's going to work, but hey, you know,
it's true. A sheriff as a friend would be quite dope, as you say.
should I have said fly or is it ill?
I'm not sure. It could be scrumdiddlyumptious.
My retainers do so try to keep me up on the TikTok trends, and it is just so confusing what
It
these mortals
is.
find to be art sometimes. But there's
This
always
is
the
why I don't deal with modern art.
hmm.
It's just so confusing what they want. 1 minute they're saying a toilet seat covered in graffiti is high art and they're paying $1 million for it, and the next minute it's literal shit and they're throwing it in the dumpster. I don't know.
Um, it does not make sense to me all the time, but what can we do?
I know beauty when I see it.
That is having a good eye. Your eyes work pretty well.
No lie there.
Unlike one of those Nosferatu gene.
Mm.
What do you think about the Nosferatu running for sheriff?
It's their right to run for sheriff. I suppose they would have a chance at it. They don't necessarily have a vote that I would give them, but I wouldn't be, disappointed if they were to win.
I was around when Grover was sheriff. They didn't do a bad job.
I would find it very difficult to approach them if they were sheriff, having to go and find them in that warren. Ugh, cats.
Some of them are stuck down there, but there are a few who prefer the surface. And if you wanted to talk to them, I could help arrange something. Tony and I converse on occasions.
I think I'll leave the discussions of the Nosferatu to the other members of my coterie. I have matters to attend to on the surface, and if they wish to come and find me, then I'm happy to entertain them.
Duly noted. But if you wish to have a resource line to them, know that I am happy to assist in that way for you.
I appreciate that. I do. It is growing later, and I should be getting back to my coterie and speaking to them. We have matters to attend to. The prince isn't gone yet. We are still the Marischal.
The birds do fly, travel swiftly.
Good evening, Ursula.
And as you leave, you actually like turn and look back, and you notice that you're not the only one. Like a dozen people around you are all also looking at her now, and you clearly understand she turned on awe to get you to look back, and everyone else just happened to see it.
That bitch.
Oh, she was waving, just like.
A royal wave, the Queen of England wave.
Mm-hmm. Now, let's hop on over to the La Sombra I'm sorry.
Oh, Jesus
It's
Christ.
Diluvian.
Different game. Sorry, the La Sombra Antediluvian is a different game that I'm in. So Athena.
What?
Okay, we think it's the Antediluvian. We're not sure yet. That's next session. So
Well, look, if
Athena,
it comes down to it, just get the technocracy to blast their heads off.
Right, spirit nukes. Just go ahead and pop on down to the store and buy some of those. Uh, Athena is happy to meet with you, but only does so at Julia Jones's coffee shop. Julia is sitting in her corner, working on her computer with her notepad and paper next to her, and people are coming and talking to her. Some of them you recognize as kindred, some of them you don't recognize, and they look like mortals. On the other end of this cafe sits Athena. She's from Athens, Georgia, and has a southern drawl which I am incapable of doing and will not be tried. But please imagine all of her words that I say for her to be in a southern drawl. What's up, sugar?
Athena, it is quite excellent to see you again.
It's exciting times.
I come to you to talk about business.
I suspected it wasn't a request for a haircut.
Does my hair look okay?
Good as ever.
Wonderful. It's a legitimate concern for us. I was wondering how we were going to vote in the election.
So, it's funny you should ask that. A lot of people have been asking that. I know how I'm going to vote. And I think we're close to sealing a deal. It's not exactly going to be a joint ticket, but the Ventru and the Nosferatu represent the old blood. Tremere and La Sombra, we can be newer blood. We both have strong magical abilities that other clans are deeply envious of sometimes. And if we work together, it would be very hard to stand against us.
Interesting.
Now, if the Tremere don't support Julia for sheriff, we have a different equation to look at.
Do you think they would back Mad Dog?
Tremere or us?
Tremere.
No. I mean, unless Mad Dog had something they wanted, and then of course they would. Does he have something of magical value? I can't imagine that's Gangrel's favorite toy.
They have approached us.
You, I understand. I don't know that they have a great interest in Mad Dog. But I can't speak for them. If they supported Mad Dog, it'd be a lot harder for Julia. And then we would probably split our support for Mad Dog. I'm sorry, for the Ventru or the Tremere for Prince. It would then come down to personal taste, I think.
Who do you think I should work for then?
I am hopeful this deal with Jacob goes through. And perhaps you could even insure it. If Jacob gets a loyal scourge and sheriff, he would probably feel very safe.
But I also find myself in a position to hinder their efforts I think we could do more good for ourselves by me hurting the candidate we do not like.
What do you want, Owen? What is it you really desire?
Blockhead.
Tony? She stands up and motions that you should follow her. She walks over to Julia, who is sitting down with a mortal, and Athena taps the mortal on the shoulder and walk away. Glaze in the eyes, mortal walks away.
I love that stupid trick.
Works. The look on Julia's face is clearly a, all right, I was doing business. What's up? Ursula leans in. I'm sorry, Athena. Athena leans in. Tony, blockhead. We can get to him? Julia sits back. I mean, we can get to anybody. He's buried deep, though. Why?
It's personal. But he don't know it yet.
So it would be you. You would owe me some serious favors here. If I... Exactly what do you want, by the way? You want him gone?
Yeah.
Like out of the city or like out of the world?
Out of the picture entirely. Dust.
It's on the list if you owe me and you have all of your weight for my campaign. I will put this together. You'll have to be there. I'm not doing the heavy lifting for you, but I think we can orchestrate a scenario that Tony comes to see me. And then you'll know where he is ahead of time.
Good. What I can tell you is both Archibald and Jacob have approached my coterie.
What'd you say?
What'd we say or what'd they say?
Oh, what'd you say?
We haven't said anything yet.
What you gonna say?
What do you want me to say?
Jacob, all day.
I don't think that'll be hard to convince the others.
Tell him he has to work with me, and you'll work with him.
Sounds good.
He's already gonna work with me, I think, but this will just make sure there's no room for error, no doubt. But understand, Archibald will not take this lightly.
I know he's preparing for war. Talking to Giovanni.
I mean, I talked to the Giovanni yesterday when I was hungry, so that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, but you don't buy blood to fight somebody.
It sure does come in handy in a fight, though. Speaking of which, Jacob says he can get me or make me concentrated, portable vitae. You can down it in the field like a blood pack, but it takes a second, and every kindred can use one of these because it's vitae, not some chemical-laden hospital shit. Jacob's power over the blood. Chef kiss.
See if you can make you something fireproof then, too.
That's easy. I mean, for a night. Just takes a finger or two.
Asbestos.
Yeah,
New
it
York's
doesn't bother,
full of it.
doesn't bother Kindred much to wear asbestos. But look, if that's who you're asking me, I think he's our best deal-making ally. I don't think I would get a deal as good from Archibald as from Jacob, because Jacob needs a little bit more of the help, so he'll pay a little bit higher through the nose. Plus, I don't want blood sorcerers coming after me. Nasty shit.
On that we agree.
At that point, actually, give me a intelligence plus composure check, Ben. I'm sorry,
Sure.
Owen. Add your discipline resistance bonus.
Okay. Hunger dice?
Yes. What'd you get?
I have 4 successes, but I'm contemplating willpower.
You don't need to, because you see in the reflection of the glass that you see yourself in as you are looking.
I can't see myself in the reflection of the glass.
It is a little warped, but you're there. You're not invisible. That
I'm
would be
a
nasty.
Lasombra.
You didn't take the no reflection flaw.
I think that is our thing, though.
You show up weird on cameras, but you
All right,
have
okay,
some-
it's weird. Okay.
yeah, it's weird image. It's not a no image, and so you recognize yourself. You've seen yourself in enough of these, and even though you're seeing yourself weirdly, you get the sensation that Jacob is seeing you see yourself. And for just a moment, his eyes are in the glass looking back, and then they're gone.
I hope he saw this.
Did you see it in your reflection? Because he saw what you saw.
I hope so.
Julia, though, and Athena don't see that. They don't know what you're... Who are you flipping off?
Jacob.
Right, you said you spoke to him. That makes sense.
Blood Witch.
Like I said, I don't want blood sorcerers coming after me. So, those are my 2 cents. But look, call off Mad Dog. I don't want to have to dig up dirt on him. I want to focus on Grover and I guess Tony now. 2 birds, 1 stone, right?
Sounds good to me. I'll see what I can do about Mad Dog.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And she scribbles several notes in her notepad. And those are the 2 Primogen scenes. I believe the next one we that was desired to have was Mad Dog looking up. Was it the Carmine lead or something else?
I want to look up. I want to have them run that name. And
Right.
did we? Yeah, and did we get the name of the guy whose name the apartment is under? Did he tell us his full name?
Oh, Simon. No, you didn't get a last
Simon.
name.
All right. I'll also ask them to run a name Simon at that address.
Okay. Yeah, I can look up by address with Simon. Otherwise, there are going to be thousands of these people. Come on.
Sure.
As for Carmine Giordano, he's been in and out of the system, picked up on some small time, this and that's. B&E is a little bit of roughing people up, breaking a leg, possession of a weapon without a license kind of shit. Always got bailed out, great lawyers, and that's what the police can tell you from running Carmine Giordano's information through their system. So that's Carmine. with the police.
Anything on Simon?
Simon, last name Sayeth. He owns 2 apartments in that building. One on the 32nd floor, one in the penthouse is his name. His stated income for tax filings was 3.8 million. There's no way that he could afford those places at that income. Like, there's just no chance in hell that he could have forked over enough money to get that penthouse with only 3.8 million income.
Only 3.
For the penthouse in Wall Street, it's
Oh no, yeah.
150 million. You know, and that's
Okay.
before you add vampire expenses of making it like sunlight proof.
Definitely. All right. I'll thank the sergeant and tell them that what goes around comes around, and if they ever need any help from Dunleavy bail bonds, just let us know.
There are a couple of lowlifes that got away. They actually broke out of the squad car, and so hey, if you could track these guys down, they're just they just didn't want to get caught.
Okay, yeah. Send those names over to Bob.
Yeah, cool. You'll have them in a couple hours.
All right. I'll meet I guess I stayed at the park and I was just there, so I'll just like lay out on a park bench and people watch. And try to like do that thing where you relax enough that the person who's following you trips up. So I'm gonna try to look around and see if anyone's, giving me too much attention.
Okay. Wits plus awareness.
2 successes.
Normal night in the park.
All right.
On
Yeah.
the way back from my meeting with Ursula, I kind of go by some of the different shops in the area and just any, like, I don't know, clothing or antique shops that are still open at this hour, and kind of glance through their wares, trying to look for anything that seems like really pretty and small, simple, maybe like a shiny ring or, a scarf or something.
So you know where all the high-end boutiques that have late hours are by this point. You've
Hmm.
gone window shopping plenty of nights and identified where to go. You find a couple of pieces that fit your general style. Is it something for you, or are you looking for someone else?
I'm looking for something to appease the statue.
Okay. Um, so looking for that, you do find a headdress that has eagle feathers, and it was put together on the Navajo Nation by members of the nation, and it is pretty glamorous, very fashionable for a certain style. Um, and the price tag is only 11,000.
I feel like it's a little beyond my disposable income
You have
on an
three
average
dots of
night.
resources.
Yeah.
It is not an average expense, but this would be like you're cutting into your holiday expenses, but vampires don't go on holiday. It's like you could come up with that liquid, but you don't drop it every night for sure.
Yeah, yeah. God, I'm not sure how long that would keep them happy for. I'm gonna, you know what? Do I know any children's stores that are open this time of night?
Not unless you specifically made sure there was one, which you could have spent time in the past ensuring there was one, but you
Just because
may
I
have.
know these things, the art they tend to prefer is on the like childish spectrum. It seems to appease them longer rather than the fancy spectrum.
Those pieces you would probably identify at night and tell your ghoul to order and have delivered.
Okay.
just because they're generally not going to have children's stores open 11 o'clock at night for the most part.
Yeah, generally not. No. Okay. I'll make a note. To have. I'll send her text to go around and find a couple different pieces that she thinks might look. I've had her fish for these kinds of things before. This is not an unusual request. It's unusual in the sense that why do you want that? But it's definitely something that Kestrel has requested in the past. So
Yeah, no problem. They will look into getting something that will fit that request to um, have that for you the next night or two.
okay.
Um, okay, and
And I'll
so
head back to the park.
yeah, everyone's back at the park. It's 12-ish, 12:30 maybe. And where would you like to go next, and who do you want to talk to?
Well, I think we should debate now who should we pick, and I'm for choosing the Tremere, but I feel like putting our necks out there and outwardly supporting the Tremere like they want us to is where the fool's errand, part of this is like where we actually get hurt.
Is where we get shot with
Mm.
incendiary
Yeah.
bullets.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes, which for everyone other than me, is bad.
That's still not great for you because they can just
It's not
keep
great.
shooting you.
It's not
No.
great. I've taken a few incendiary rounds from Sabat in my life to know I can survive. It ain't great though.
More likely they hit you with improvised Molotovs. They're not advanced enough to use bullets that do that.
Or some sort of trash
maybe-
can explosive.
Maybe the
Exactly.
Sabat you're killing, ST. Maybe that. But
It was
I'm
actually
killing,
just
I'm
a.
killing high tech Sabat over here.
It was actually just a flaming raccoon that they had jump on you.
Animalism, hell of a drug.
I spoke to my Primogen, and she's very apolitical at the moment, or at least giving the outward appearance of being apolitical. So I think giving the outward appearance of being apolitical is a wise move in this case. I don't want to. I know Archibald is already on the side of I don't like him very much, and perhaps, and I am perhaps more inclined to support our Tremere friend. Heavy air quote usage there. But yeah, I would prefer to keep whatever support we give on the DL, as the kids say. Do they say that now? I think they still say that.
Yes, they do.
Okay, good. You would know. You are online.
I'm not terminally online. I go
Have
out
you
and
have you
touch grass.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, have you touched grass recently? There is plenty underneath of us right now if you'd like to do that.
Yeah.
Reach over and touch the grass.
There's not much grass there, actually.
No, yeah, it's a
there's
pretty
not much-
cement-heavy park.
Oh, we're at Tompkins. I was at Philadelphia's Washington Square Park. It's very grassy. And full of corpses, actually.
Washington Square has a little bit, but Tompkins is very cementy.
Tompkins is cemented, yeah.
Ours is haunted. It's full of yellow fever victims.
All of your
Oh.
havens are haunted
Yeah.
Yes.
Mine's not.
that you know of.
That you know of.
I didn't take the flaw.
Yet.
Hey, listen, it's probably being haunted by Jacob.
Yeah.
But did you have the flaw?
What's your opinion, Owen?
I did not like how heavy-handed Archibald was, and my clan would really appreciate me voting for one of our own. No offense, Mad Dog.
Ursula did seem more inclined towards Grover than either of the other candidates.
I'm willing to back down. But as Helen taught me, never let an opportunity slip by.
I think we can get you Scourge.
I would appreciate that. I would do a hell of a job there. and we'd still hold some pieces of position in the city without exactly being the new prince's marechal. But I'm thinking we can do this in a way where we don't have to outwardly support them. What
Oh,
if
I
we
like
go?
that idea. Yes, keep talking.
What if we go to them and say, "Hey, I just saw the Ventru, and they've got fire bullets, and we know where they got them from, and we tell you where they got them from. Let's just say we are neutral, and we're some of the neutral people whose heads you don't cut off."
We could even, just not tell them exactly what the weapon is right away. Make it hold it out a little bit further over their heads, and I mean, there's a chance they've seen it already, but
There are
on the off chance they haven't.
the thing about that is there are two people other than Archibald and the Giovanni who know they have that weapon. One is Aventru, the other is me. You can guess who they're gonna come for.
We asked them not to use the information until after the election is done, or use it, tactfully. I don't know. Are Tremere good at tact?
I mean, they're magic. They're watching us right now, probably.
And I feel like you don't get a briefcase full of fire bullets to peacefully negotiate a transfer of power to you and not the other team. I feel like you get the fire bullets to use them.
True. So, I suppose we can return to Jacob at some point and have a conversation.
Yes.
Okay.
Are we agreed?
We are agreed.
Now, so that's Jacob for Prince, and who are you supporting for Sheriff?
Julia.
I'll back down.
Okay. And
I'll
Julia.
back down.
And then is the
Support-
coterie supporting Julia or just Owen?
Well,
I
why
like
should-
Julia myself, so I would support Julia, even if the rest of my clan is Naz in favor.
Listen, that guy had his chance, and he showed if he was good at it, they would have kept him around longer.
Yeah, no, yeah, he did pathetically have the job and then lose it. That's like, I mean, give me a break. What's Julia like in my estimation? Badass? She a badass?
I was gonna say stone cold bitch
Yeah.
Direct
in a positive way.
will be very tenacious. She took down a Malkavian. She took down a Malkavian. Primogen. How didn't they see that coming?
Maybe they did. It didn't matter. I like it. I like her. She sounds right up Mad Dog's alley. So yeah, okay, we'll support her for sheriff. But we'll do that one openly though, right? I'll go like after some consideration. I don't want it anymore.
I would like to not be shot.
I'm concerned about the amount of bullets that are about to be flying through the city, and I'd like to retract my candidacy for sheriff.
My coterie mates have suggested that I stop drawing attention and gunfire towards them.
Mm-hmm.
Now
We
that I've
appreciate that.
dragon breath rounds. Nope.
Our pretty little asses need to be saved.
We'll see. So, is the next conversation you want to then have be with Jacob?
Yeah.
Cool. You try and find the house that you were at before, and I need a Auspex plus Wits roll from Kestrel. Add your
Okay.
discipline bonus. You're the only one with Auspex, so sense the unseen. Maybe you see this place, or maybe obfuscate makes it impossible, and people will just see you looking around, being confused, and come get you. So you're getting inside, but there's a role play change.
3.
Oh, you are very interested in this street, and it's very close. You're sure this is the right block, but none of the houses look right. And you keep turning, and but wait, was that no? And then a door opens, and you hear Berta over here, and you're like, ah! And like you walked past this house 3 times, and you were like, where is it?
It's very effective camouflage.
If you say that out loud, Berta says thank you. If you don't, that's fine too. She's like, yeah, okay, cool. Let's. I'm guessing you came to talk. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come over when I called your name. So let's go say what's up to Jacob. He'll be happy to hear that you agreed to support him. Right?
Storyteller, would you mind moving closer towards your book a little bit? Thank you. You were a little out of frame.
Gotcha. No problem. I lean around. So yeah. You are brought upstairs again. The same second story open space from the torn down walls, and then the marble staircase up to the third with the long medieval hallway and the fake fire lamps. There is no gargoyle here this time, and Jacob is standing at a corkboard, the corkboard that looks very familiar, similar to the one you saw before, except this time, as soon as he sees you, he flips it before you get close enough where any of you can see it without heightened senses. However, if you say that you're agreeing with him, maybe I'll show you. And he says, welcome.
Is he wearing a robe again?
He is, yes.
It's his
I don't
comfy
trust
clothing.
people in robes. Like me, the player, does not.
Who said trusting him was a good idea?
Listen,
Anyone said that to you? Anyone?
Trust yet verify.
Jacob!
Kestrel, triumvirate. You've made your decision then?
We've made a decision, yes. Kind of looks over to Mad Dog and Owen, like, step up. Let's all kind of stand real close together for this, so we can all look good and synonymous and buddy-buddy. Kestrel kind of clasps their hands together in front of them and says, we have decided that we will be supporting your claim for Prince. However, we do have some, not conditions, but terms that we'd like to discuss in that support.
Absolutely, let's discuss terms. And so glad you made the right choice. And he actually like hops up and does the thing where his feet hit together as like a happy like sign. He's just like, yes, excellent.
In a robe too.
I wouldn't have enjoyed killing you, Mad Dog, but well, we won't have to worry about that. What do you want? What can I give you to solidify this public support I will gain from you?
Well, first of all, I believe Mad Dog had some news to share. Would you like to do that?
I do. I've discussing with my trusted people in the city, I've realized that it's probably best if I withdraw from my nomination for sheriff.
A spoiler who might get spoiled himself. Probably not a smart move, so maybe you're a sharper cookie than people think you are. It was a bold move. It certainly got eyeballs, Mad Dog. And no one will question it when I make you Scourge, when I am sheriff. I'm Prince.
And we are very strong proponents of Julia as candidate for sheriff.
Yes.
That is interesting.
I think she might fit more in line with your vision for innovation, for change, than the Nosferatu.
Julia makes a strong candidate. we have a few details to iron out. She seems to think she should be able to penalize members of House Tremere who violate Camarilla law, and we just couldn't have that. So a few things will need to be settled, but I believe she can count on, well, at the very least, I could send Josie and Philip to assist, and those two are quite successful when they work together. So, Owen, your clan can do much. Perhaps we could even share some skills one day.
Perhaps.
Now, to be clear, we have decided that would be best in terms of political maneuvering and our own physical safety, that we do not openly share who we are supporting in this fight. We wouldn't wish that our decisions on who we take in this political fight to negatively impact the prince on her departure.
I must say I am confused. You come here saying that you support me, and then you say you won't tell anyone? What kind of support is that?
When you know what we know, you will understand more.
Look, I complimented your intelligence a moment ago. Don't get too big for your bridges.
We know
What
part
do
of
you know
their,
that I don't know.
we know part of their strategy, and we know who they've been sourcing materials from, and we are willing to horse trade that for our support of you. You'll stay.
Quietly.
You'll say when this is all over, I knew they were with me from the end, from the very beginning. I used them in the shadows, something like this. That's what Helen would do. But we can tell you something that'll probably save unlives on your side. Lives. Let's just say lives on your side.
So, if you are going to be silent supporters, I will need you to verify your support for me and make sure it's not some lip service. Because if you're being all secretive about it, how do I know? So, I'm going to need you to take out Betty. Betty is a venture.
Yes, we're familiar with Betty.
Yes.
Great. If you are keeping secret your support for me, I will need you to take out Betty and give me whatever secret information Mad Dog has scoured up from the birds.
It's so interesting that you would bring her up in this situation. It really is interesting. Why do you want her taken out?
She helps feed the venture. She's one of their primary sourcers of their palate. She knows everyone's tastes too.
Ah, starve the beast.
Use the venture weakness against them.
What?
Blood is our currency, and we have so much of it, and they can only access such a small little sliver.
Have you considered that perhaps her abilities go beyond that?
What do you mean?
I'm just saying there may be information about other sourcing that the venture is doing that could be valuable, both politically and physically, to you. That would.
I don't think we have to be coy anymore. We just agreed to kill a venture.
Yeah, I thought you were actually trying to back out of that. I wasn't sure.
No.
So I mean, yeah, that why? Because if you're being open about like why he wants to kill Betty, he's doing it as a strategic like. Betty is a linchpin for the venture structure from his point of view. That's what he thinks. Is there something you know about Betty that he doesn't? Am I forgetting this as storyteller that I told you something? I don't.
God, no. Okay, sorry. I'm bad with names.
Betty provided the firearm with the
Yeah, that was
incendiary
I
rounds.
was thinking of was the firearm.
Barbara.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
Betty,
Barbara, not Betty.
Too many
Okay.
B names.
look, I wrote down. I have 40 names of kindred here.
That's
Okay,
fair.
because I decided, like, yeah, here's the gamut. This is who you might bump into.
If only Big Sal were involved.
Okay. Retcon that bit because we all got.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
I also thought, yeah.
For all you know, Betty and Barbara were working together to get this, and it just happened
Could be
to be
the same
Barbara who
person.
walked in with it. Like, she walked in with it. That doesn't mean she is the one who got it.
Okay.
And in fact, you know that the Giovanni do a lot of blood trade, so the circulatory system might be connected to the blood getter for the Ventru.
Wouldn't it theoretically be smarter to just grab Betty because she knows what everybody's palate is?
Or where their
all I
herds
care
are?
about is all I care about is stopping them from getting what they need. How
Yes, but you can only stop them
Betty alive?
temporarily. It's if they're have one person who's good at sourcing for all of them. You take that person and learn how they're sourcing it, where they're getting it, and then you shut off the supply lines.
Have you tried cracking a Ventru's mind before?
With a
Not
mallet?
terribly.
With our fist?
You'll also find that it's hard to do with mallets.
Fortitude.
They are
Not with
similarly.
these.
Listen, we're overcomplicating things. Let's just
We're
kill
gonna
him.
kill Betty. We're gonna kill Betty. We'll buy our silent support with killing Betty, and you should.
Jacob also says that as my future Marischal and Scourge, I am not saying that Betty is the only thing I will ask of you, but that is the big thing right now, and I will not abuse this new relationship we have. But from my point of view, I am the prince, and you are acting on my behalf. So, like the future prince, I will only ask reasonable things and give you assistance. If you tell me you need Willie to join you to take on Betty, I can spare Willie for a night.
I think it might attract more notice than deflect notice.
Willie might surprise you. Willie, and through the stone wall comes Willie.
He,
Saw, and you don't know how far into the stone Willie was, but like he's right there. And with Auspex, he could have been 2 feet away in the stone and hearing everything. So,
he's a gangrel?
I am a believer in having lots of skills. And Berta has managed to learn Obfuscate quite well, in fact. And she taught some of it to Willie here. Teach some of it to you. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Again, Betty doesn't need to be done tonight. I am so happy, though. This agreement is wonderful. All I need to do is support Julia and give you the Scourge ship, right? Simple as pie.
And, I mean, I suppose you've implied so far that you would like us to continue as a Marischal?
Oh, very much so. I think the prince has a good idea about stability. If I felt like I could trust Archibald, I would even keep him on as seneschal. But obviously I cannot.
Would you like to know the other piece of information?
Most certainly.
You're not just
That-
going to give it to him.
This actually came from Owen.
This is
Well,
when we give it to him. Yes.
Yeah, well, we're kind of sold into this side at this point.
So if you, even though Kestrel is trying to get a deal, I actually have something to offer you, Kestrel. How would you like to be the Toreador Primogen? I am not sure that Ursula's leadership is what we need in the future.
Frankly, I would rather not upset the structure of my clan at the moment.
Very
Ursula
well.
does good work, and I would support her continued position.
Very well. As I just want to show that I do give to my friends. when they help.
Sometimes responsibility is both a blessing and a burden.
What about Harpy?
There
We don't
will
have a
be
harpy.
a herald if Julia wins, which I surely hope she does.
The
Yeah, if you're
Malkavians are already gunning for my head at times. If I were to take Franklin's position, they would probably go into a frenzy.
no, the Harpy's position.
Oh, no, I think you meant
The Herald.
the Herald, yes.
Same thing. Harpy Herald's 6 dozen, half a dozen. And that's Julia right now.
Yes.
Franklin is the Elysium Keeper.
Yes. OOC confusion.
And Tremere says, I would be very hesitant to upset Franklin in any way.
I'd consider Harold if it were open and Julia were not in that position. When this all comes to a conclusion, then I would think on it, yes.
I think we have ourselves the outline of a deal.
Yes.
You will work for me in my bid to become prince, and I will allow you not to publicly support me. But you understand that I can't let every kindred do what you do, and Mad Dog, you might need to get some of them to be public about it. You dig?
Yes.
Given he's a gangrel, he does dig.
Can you dig it?
Well, you should know then that the Ventru have acquired Dragon's Breath rounds from the Giovanni, they say. And they have, I imagine, quite a lot of it.
The Giovanni would be able to source that kind of stuff. Luckily for me, and he pulls out a coin from his pocket, and he holds it in his hand, and he puts it on his hand, takes out his wand with his other hand, and he kind of pulls a Magneto, where he like lifts up the coin and shoots it across the room, and it's like lodged into the stone.
Oof.
Firearms have never been my style, but having a reached weapon can be quite useful.
It's not fiery, but it'll do fine.
Dragon Breath rounds. Looks at Willie. Don't get killed. I'd feel very sad about that. And Willie is like, well, yeah, I would too.
No, you wouldn't.
I would feel terrible if I got burnt to death by fiery bullets, boss.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't feel anything anymore.
Damn Tremere,
Philosophy.
ruined thaumaturgy. Well, I will need to speak with Tony about this.
Tony?
The
Since he's
leader-
not supporting Grover.
No, I'm sorry. Different Tony, not Blockhead.
Okay.
Ah.
Yes, no, Tony Blockhead is not on my friend list right now. He is, after all, supporting Grover, and Grover needs to lose for Julia to win. I already knocked out one opponent, looks at Mad Dog. I'm sure I can knock out another. And perhaps, similar to Mad Dog, he'll get to live.
Tony Giovanni?
Tony is the leader of the Giovanni in Southbrook. If you have business with them at the highest of levels, that's who you contact. The lower levels, you might end up with Chet. Who cares?
Chet.
Doesn't sound very Giovanni to me.
Since you are now in line with us, be on the lookout for any Banu Hakim in town. They will surely vote against us. As much as I'd like to say it's us who is responsible, it is mostly me.
The Tremere and the Banu Hakim have historically never had a good relationship. It can't be all you.
Historical precedents changed when they joined the clan. I didn't agree with the council's decision because it was fucking stupid. So I ignored it. And Banu Hakim, who stayed, found it very costly to do so. I couldn't always win the fight against them. They are some very skilled assassins on occasion. But I could make it expensive. Hard. And why do the hard thing when I also made sure there was an easy opening? Golden parachute in this other town. So there are a few more Banu Hakim in Boston now. Big deal. They're not here. And if you see a resurgence of them, let me know. Chet is unimportant, though, and he wouldn't dare show his face without backing. Not at court, anyway. I don't care if he runs blood for the Giovanni, that's fine.
I see. So we will let you know when we plan to make our move on Betty.
I may be able to furnish you with an opportunity. We shall see.
Splendid.
Wonderful. Shall we be off then?
Yes, I assume you've many things to take care of.
He flips over the corkboard and is like, I absolutely do. And now I'm going to add you three to my side. On the corkboard, you see that they plan to make Betty frenzy with their magics. But now he's like crossing off make frenzy and writing Marischal will kill.
I feel like we need a code name.
I was gonna say,
in case somebody
you
sees
like
this.
M will kill.
No, so you can rename yourselves. The Triumvirate was very liked by Prince Helen, who liked to style herself a Roman, then true ruler. Jacob Grayson might very much like you to have a different name of your coterie. But
Name TBD will kill.
Sure.
We could workshop it.
This is Jacob's board. He's going to be explicit. He also has like, what was the other thing? He might kidnap a gangrel, but you're not sure about that. The plotting and scheming continues as Jacob goes back to what he has to do for the night, as the coterie leaves and considers their new position in the world. 48 hours ago, they were free agents, and now they seem to hitch themselves to a certain, if I do admit joy in saying this, Tremere. And I did try to make Archibald also bad, but a viable alternative. Dragon Breath rounds can take down a lot of Tremere quite quickly if you are skilled.
Untrustworthy Tremere, $45,000.
I mean, he had other offers there, and he sort of assumed that his position as Seneschal would matter more to you than it did. But I think
I should have asked the Premier to give me the $45,000.
You can have that conversation in the future, no doubt. There's ample time. I think that next session we'll have a little bit of compression of nights where you tell me what plans you'd like to work on, and we'll have some activity there. But it is getting, I think, a little late. I appreciate all of the time everyone has had to join us tonight. I think I've had a blast running this game. I would like to thank Ben and Big Dad Industries for hosting and streaming this, so I could focus on my various notes and 40 some odd named kindred and try and make it all work well for my players. And so, yeah, one less thing for me to worry about. I think we should do an outro where everyone can plug themselves or say something they want to say, even if it's not a plug for something. But I guess I will let others start with that. If anyone has something they would like to jump in with.
All right. Hi, I'm Tyler. You can find me on Twitter at Clan Gargoyle for my World of Darkness memes and semi-roleplay shit with House Tremere and other people, or on Tyler Rose RPG for my political ranting about things. I also have written a couple supplements. You can find those on Storyteller Vault. The links are in my Twitter bio. There's one where I wrote the gargoyles up for V5, which is being used here to great effect. It's wonderful. I'm glad to see it. And also there was a one I did with Martlet Games, which is for the circulatory system. Big expansion on that. Well worth the read. So please go check that out if you're interested. And thanks for tuning in.
I again Luddite with nothing to put up there, but I just want to thank House Tremere, Ben, Tyler for playing with me. It's been a great time.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Great time with all of you.
Hey, Ben, Big Dad here. I don't have any other shows on the docket currently, but we might be mixing things up in the future, adding some more stuff. If you have an idea for a show you might want to run or play, message me on Twitter at Big Dad Ind, because I couldn't fit Industries on there. We also have a YouTube. You can check our other VODs and things on there. You can see House Tremere playing an actual mage very well in Count to 10. So check that out. It's late and I'm kind of tired. I think that's everything I have to plug and talk about. Thank you again for bringing this to me. This game has been a great time so far. I'm looking forward to next time we play.
Thank you. I appreciate you all playing. I look forward to our next game. I believe that is scheduled for 1 week from tonight. If nothing changes, we will be back here next week in New York City and see what our newly Tremere allied kindred get up to, and just how nasty those Ventrue get when they don't get what they want. So I am, just as a last thing, I am at House Tremere. You can find me on Twitter. Follow me for random thoughts, mostly related to World of Darkness stuff. But, it's just my brain. And I hope you enjoyed this show. I hope you will join us again next week as we see what Kindred have, and enjoy the rest of your nights. And don't let the vampires bite.
Good night.
Bye, folks.